doing?
If I may have your attention just for a moment, please. We'll go ahead and get the briefing started, but I want to go ahead and give you the ground rules up front before we get started on our budget rollout day. So thank you for being here. Just to let you know a couple things. First and foremost, Mr. David L. Norquist, performing the duties of the Deputy Secretary of Defense, will brief first. He will give you just a few minutes. He will not take questions, and then he will depart. Save your questions for Ms. McCusker and General Ariardi. So Mr. Norquist will be followed by Elaine McCusker, Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, Comptroller, and Lieutenant General Anthony R. Ariardi, Director of Force Structure, Resources, and Assessment. They'll take your questions. Just a couple other things. If you're new to the building and you don't know this, there is Wi-Fi available to you. There is a Wi-Fi password on the computer in the back over there. So if you'd like, please go ahead and get your Wi-Fi password, and you should be able to send whatever you want to at that point. I just ask that you ask one question and one follow-up, please. Please give your name and your organization, since some of these folks are fairly new to you, so they know who you are. Just ask that, please. And then also, if you are wearing badges, I just ask that you, even if you're wearing visitor badges, please remove them. Steve? Thank you. And so that these aren't captured on camera. Just also, we're on a tight schedule today. We'll have all the services briefing after Ms. McCusker and General Ariardi. It's 40 minutes total. What we'd like to do is keep it to 40 minutes and then move from there. They'll be followed by the Army, Air Force, and Missile Defense Agency. So, and with that, what questions do you have before we get started?
Where's the Navy in that list?
The Navy's here as well. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Check. I decided not to do it.
Keep me honest. Appreciate it.
Merging.
All right. With that, thank you for your time. Give me 1 second. We'll bring in Ms. Noble.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today to discuss the fiscal year 2020 defense budget. We have senior leaders from the Comptroller and Joint Staff, Ms. McCusker and General Ariardi, to brief you on the details. So I just want to take a minute to give you some few high-level takeaways. Wars of the future are going to be radically different from the short, conventional wars and protracted counterterrorism operations we fought since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Conventional opponents have typically lacked a Navy or meaningful Air Force, never mind cyber or space capabilities. As a result, they were limited to a single domain, land, where they were quickly overmatched. So the conflicts were short and lopsided. The conventional war phase of Desert Storm and Operation Iraqi Freedom took less than 45 days. To assume future conventional wars will be like these wars would be a tragic mistake. The National Defense Strategy has made it very clear that to preserve peace, we must be prepared for the high-end fight against peer competitors. Future wars will be waged not just in the air, on the land, or at sea, but also in space and cyberspace, dramatically increasing the complexity of warfare. This budget reflects that challenge, pulling together all the pieces of the National Defense Strategy that have been built over the past 2 years. From our readiness gains and nuclear posture review, Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, elevation of U.S. Cyber Command, and development of the Space Force, to our strengthened partnerships in the Indo-Pacific and Europe and our reform initiatives, all these pieces come together in this budget. The 2020 budget executes the National Defense Strategy by reprioritizing resources and increasing our investments in the following 4 areas. First, it invests in the emerging space and cyber warfighting domains. Second, it invests in modernizing capabilities in the air, maritime, and land domains. Third, it accelerates innovation in technology such as artificial intelligence, hypersonics, autonomy, and directed energy. And finally, it sustains our force and builds on our readiness gains. It is the largest research, development, test, and evaluation request in 70 years. It is the largest shipbuilding request in 20 years. It includes a 3.1% military pay raise, the largest in a decade. All this with defense spending remaining near a record low as a percentage of our economy. The stakes are clear. If we want peace, adversaries need to know there is no path to victory through fighting us. With that, I will turn it over to my colleagues to get into the details. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon. I'm Elaine McCusker, Deputy Comptroller. I'm accompanied today by General Ariardi, the Joint Staff J8. Mr. Norquist gave a great preview of our strategic thinking behind this budget. To understand our budget, it is important to remember where we have been, how we got here, and our strategy for the future. Deterring or defeating great power aggression is a fundamentally different challenge than the regional conflicts against rogue states that were the basis of our planning constructs for the last 25 years. We took a hard look at the nature of competition, our global commitments, and our resources, people, capabilities, and funding. We also looked at our competitors. China and Russia will not fight us the way we have gotten used to fighting. Next slide. To be successful, we have to change how we develop, posture, and employ the joint force. This slide summarizes the key takeaways of the NDS and emphasizes what is different about this strategy compared to prior defense strategies. It sets the department on a path to prepare for long-term strategic competition. It introduces operational surprise and unpredictable force employment. It moves past the Desert Storm model to multi-domain operations within denied environments. Next slide. This slide provides a brief recap of our budget focus the last few years. In FYs 17 and 18, we were about readiness and recovery to include training and rebuilding our munitions inventory. In FY 19, we had our first really strategy-driven budget with a focus on lethality. The NDS drove the issues we'd considered, the decisions we made, and the funding we needed. We are executing this budget now, and with the help of Congress, jump-started our focus on new warfighting domains and capabilities. The FY 2020 budget is the next big step. The NDS drove our decisions, and this budget is a major milestone in its implementation. To support the NDS, we need a budget that stays the course. This is our budget top-line snapshot. At $718 billion for DoD, it shows growth over the FY 19 enacted amount of just over 5%. The FY 20 budget request conforms to the Budget Control Act's caps with a $545 billion base budget request. It includes $165 billion for overseas contingency operations and $9 billion for emergency funding. The OCO and emergency will be broken out, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. The FY 20 budget request carries out the NDS by prioritizing resources and shifting investments to prepare for a potential future high-end fight. We are requesting resources in the 4 focus areas and the gray areas on this slide that were highlighted by Mr. Norquist in his opening statement. I will now turn it over to General Ariardi to talk about warfighting domains, innovative technologies, and readiness on the next several slides.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to briefly walk through the next few charts to amplify the comments that Mr. Norquist and Ms. McCusker made with respect to enhancing competitiveness through emerging warfighting domains, indeed contested domains. In the space domain, the focus was on enhancing our organizational structure and improving our capabilities, including satellite communications capabilities, space-based warning, and space launch capacity. We come in at about $14.1 billion of investment, and that's approximately a 15% increase over last year. In the cyber domain, we see about a $9.6 billion investment, a 10% increase over last year for offensive and defensive cyberspace capabilities and operations enhancements, resilient networks to protect our operating networks and systems, and a modern multi-cloud to create a modern multi-cloud environment. Next chart. As was mentioned, we also continue to modernize our capabilities and capacity in the air, maritime, and land domains, namely enhancing 4th and 5th generation aircraft capabilities to be able to fulfill the priorities of the national defense strategy against our primary competitors, as well as in the maritime domain with significant increases in naval capacity, with strike options including unmanned capabilities, and growing the battle force fleet on its way to 355 ships down the road. Land domain, we see increased capabilities in the ground tactical and ground combat vehicle categories, including future vertical lift, a key capability we require, and also attention and resources in the items, equipment, and capabilities required by our small units, our squads, infantry squads in the Army and Marine Corps. In the multi-domain category, in nuclear, missile defense, and special operating forces, we see significant increases to look to the competitive advantages of the United States, protecting the homeland, and also preserving our ability to project power. Next chart, please. Looking forward, in terms of advanced technologies and fielding innovative technologies, the four categories shown on this chart are highlights, including unmanned and autonomous systems in all domains, artificial intelligence and machine learning, hypersonics in the air, sea, and maritime and ground domains, and finally directed energy and enhancing the ability to be able to use directed energy appropriately in the future. And this would be mostly in the research and development phase for directed energy. Next chart. In terms of readiness gains, first, it's important to call out that the services are supporting readiness to the max executable level in this budget. We've seen readiness improvements across the force over the past few years. I'll highlight air and ground training, naval training, maintenance enhancements, logistics enhancements, munitions in terms of what we've done to increase munition stockage levels as appropriate to meet the requirements of the combatant commanders, and taken greater emphasis on training for cyber operations as well. And I'll turn it back over to Ms. McCusker.
On the next slide, sustaining our force. Our force is our most valued asset, and we continue to provide a competitive compensation package, including a 3.1% military pay raise, and as Mr. Norquist said, the largest in 10 years. We are working to modernize and transform the military health system and continue to take care of our families with support programs, childcare, and schools. We also continue to emphasize our facilities investments and have put just over $36 billion toward combined MILCON and sustainment, restoration, and modernization. This includes nearly $3 billion for hurricane recovery and reconstruction.
With respect to end strength and numbers of service members, the total military end strength will increase from fiscal year 19 projected levels to fiscal year 20 in this budget by approximately 7.7 thousand, and across the 5-year plan by almost 40,000, 39.5. These projections go to ensuring that the force is properly resourced with people who are trained and equipped to accomplish their missions. And so it's a moderate growth pattern, but an important growth pattern to enhance the readiness of the force and to allow us to accomplish the tasks as spelled out in the National Defense Strategy.
Next slide. The next 3 slides is some of our major investments in the categories of aircraft, shipbuilding, space, ground, munitions, nuclear, and missile defense. We won't go through every line, but I would like to just highlight a few. For aircraft, of the total 522 aircraft we have in our 20 budget request, we have 78 F-35s, plus significant resources for F-35 modernization. We also have 12 KC-46 and 8 F-15X. For shipbuilding, we are requesting funds to buy 12 Battle Force ships, plus 2 new unmanned surface vessels. On the next slide, for space, we have 4 launch services budgeted under the National Security Space Launch. Our ground system investments include over 4,000 JLTV, which is in low-rate initial production and expected to go to a full-rate production decision later this year. We have also supported maximum production rates for our key munitions, such as the Joint Direct Attack Munition, Guided Multiple Launch Rocket System, and the Hellfire missile. Switching to nuclear deterrence, we continue our strong investment in all three legs of the triad, with a total of $14 billion in the budget request for this effort, including $3 billion for the B-21 and $2.2 billion for the Columbia. Finally, we are requesting a total of $13.6 billion for missile defense and defeat, including $9.4 billion for the Missile Defense Agency. It is important to note that we surged our missile defense investment in FY 18 and 19, and we are now sustaining that surge while investing in missile defense review efforts to shift the cost curve and expand new facets of defeat and defense. I would like to take just a couple of minutes to discuss our OCO and emergency requests, which are critical to the budget as a whole that we need to support the NDS. We have binned our request into 4 categories for full transparency, 3 categories for OCO, and then 1 for emergency. Our first OCO category is direct war requirements. These are costs associated with combat or combat support that we expect would not continue once combat operations cease. The second bin is enduring requirements that have not yet moved to the base budget. These are costs for our posture and presence in the Middle East, Africa, and the Philippines, along with the European Deterrence Initiative. Taken together, these 2 bins are consistent with the FY19 enacted OCO level. The third bin is our OCO for base, which supports things like munitions, base operation support, weapon systems sustainment, and maintenance and other readiness efforts that have been funded in part in OCO in the past. And finally, our emergency funding for MILCON that would support hurricane recovery and continued commitment to the southwest border. We have new money for the border in our budget to support the President's priority and to avoid the need for further potential use of 2808. Before we conclude, I'd like to spend just a minute on business reform. The department captured $4.7 billion in savings in FY 17 and 18, and is on track to save $6 billion in FY 19. We have projected reform savings of $7.7 billion for FY 20. We have also just completed our first full financial statement audit. This was not a box check for us. This was not just about financial management. This was about cybersecurity, inventory, property management, and readiness. It was also about better data to support management and decision making. We are aggressively working to correct the findings that we found, and we have already kicked off our 2019 audit. And finally, can't do a budget briefing without a pie or a bar. So this is the split of appropriations on the left side by appropriation and on the right side by military department. We have increased military personnel, operation and maintenance, and RDT&E, and we have decreased procurement to reflect our focus on modernization as part of the NDS. On the next slide, we've got information on where you can find all of these budget materials, and we're ready to take questions.
All right, if I can, we'll go with Tony Bertucca.
Hi, Tony Bertucca from Inside Defense. I wanted to talk about the $9 billion emergency fund. Can you provide us a more detailed breakdown of what's hurricane, what is wall, what is new money for the wall? And you mentioned that maybe the new money for the wall means you don't have to do 2808. Can you walk us through that fund, please?
Yes, we have $9.2 billion in the emergency fund. And the way it's broken out is $2 billion for hurricane relief and recovery, and that is at both of our locations, mostly for the Marine Corps because the Air Force is still doing a refinement of their requirements. We have $3.6 billion, up to $3.6 billion to backfill any MILCON projects that we end up having to fund in 20 instead of 19. And then we also have $3.6 billion for potential new construction for the border. And the reason we've done this is to reflect the fact that we have a presidential priority that has a macro funding level, and we want to help get to that funding level. Now, I think as we get into execution, as we work with Congress through the rest of the budget review cycle, we'll see a little bit better how that $7.2 billion breaks out, how much actually we can execute in FY19 versus how much we'll be doing in 20. But that's the basic breakout of how we built that part of the budget.
And sorry, General, do you have anything to add?
No, it's...
And then separately on the F-35, buying fewer F-35s, buying more F-15s, seems like the sustainment cost of the F-35 probably played a role in this. What is the sustainment cost you used to make the determination that the F-15 was a more intelligent buy, a better buy? And does this mean the department's going to alter its posture on the F-35 with regard to how much it wants to spend?
So I think just first on the TAC air mix between the F-15, the F-18, and the F-35. Tech Air was one of the key issues that the leadership reviewed as part of its program budget review, really looking at what threat we're facing and what our cost calculus is and what we need to address different parts of our threat. And that's how we came up with the balance between the 4th and 5th generation aircraft, decision that was made by Secretary Mattis before he left. And I think, General Ardy can add more about what the capabilities are that we're going for. But I think, we've really invested a lot of money into the F-35 modernization. So we have 78 aircraft, and then we've also got significant resources for modernizing that aircraft.
The F-35 remains a critical program for the Joint Force as we look to the future and the kinds of capabilities we require. The F-15X provides additional capacity and readiness, especially in the near years to mid years as we look at the threats and the kinds of combat potential that we needed to bring to bear. So as the F-35 program and the stockage of aircraft in the fleets continue to grow, the 4th generation fighters in that mix we felt was appropriate to have as we looked at the threat and the kinds of flexibility we required as we go forward.
Jeff Scoville, please.
Thank you. Jeff Schobel, Task and Purpose. Can you talk about why the Defense Department is ordering fewer JLTVs, especially for the Army in fiscal 20?
I think I'd want to defer to the Army to talk specifically about their procurement program, but my understanding is they're on their path to meet their requirement, and their order this year reflects that requirement.
Okay, and recently the Air Force Chief of Staff said that there would be $135 billion in the budget over the FYDP for penetrating capabilities. Can you talk about where that's reflected here?
We don't have our FYDP budget here. We have our FY20 budget here, and I think what you'll see in the increases in the Air Force budget, and actually all the service budgets for RDT&E, is a reflection of that kind of priority.
All right, Kazim, did you have a question?
Yeah. I have a question on OCO funding. So as we know, the Syrian, the fight against ISIS in Syria is rolling up, and then the U.S. Forces are pulling out of Syria, but we see that still the budget allocates $300 million for Syrian train and equip program, and then $250 million for the border security of in that country. Can you explain how this $300 million will be used and who the U.S. is going to train, as U.S. is already pulling out and the fight against ISIS is coming to be over?
I'll start and then let General Ardy comment. I think what you're seeing in our budget is a reflection of, an updated part of the strategy on sort of where we stand in defeating ISIS, but also a continued emphasis on our second line of effort, which is our partnerships and our allies and their critical role in, maintaining the gains that we've achieved in that area.
I think we'll adjust as appropriate as we move forward. As we built this budget, it was based on the information at the time. It still is an important part of the overall request, and we'll adjust as necessary.
Ms. McCusker, this budget's going to be attacked because it's seen as a slush, abusing the OCO as a slush fund. This is a phrase that then Representative Mulvaney used in 2016 to describe OCO funding, slush fund. Can you give us a sense of what your defense is going to be or your rationale for using it when you go up to the Hill?
I think two things, really. The first is that the OCO budget request receives at least as much scrutiny and oversight from OMB and Congress as our base budget request does. And the second piece is we've provided our OCO request in those 3 distinct bins and with a significant amount of transparency so that Congress will have everything that it needs to do its analysis and understand what we've done and why with our OCO budget.
Can you tell the world, did the Pentagon come up with this funding mechanism, or was this an OMB idea?
So we built our budget based on what we needed in whole to support the NDS, and then we received direction on how that budget would be financed from OMB.
General, a big cyber increase of over like 10 or 15% from last year. Did that reflect some of the new authorities you've got from Congress and this year's NDAA to be more aggressive on offensive cyber and kind of to push the envelope?
I think the whole package, the totality of it all, is an emphasis on the department in developing capabilities in cyber. So yes, there's certainly a recognition that we need to continue to develop capabilities to stay ahead of our adversaries, and that's what this budget reflects.
Thanks.
Third row? Right, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Previously, the U.S. public debt was described as a national emergency or potentially national emergency. So in your interaction with OMB, was there any idea of planning possibly for the discretionary budget getting squeezed out by interest payments in the future? Any concern or planning on the DoD side for that?
I mean, I think from our perspective, we've always maintained our watchwords of both security and solvency when we look at what our requirements are and what budget we require to carry out the strategy. And so that's really been, our way of viewing this. And, conversations with OMB on the domestic side is really based on those domestic requirements.
Thank you. We'll go over Asia Today and India Globe. My question is how this budget will affect as far as fighting against terrorism in Afghanistan and also in Pakistan, and what is the future in as far as this budget is concerned, India and USA?
I would only say that the India-U.S. relationship is an important one. This budget continues to resource the necessary activities to counter violent extremism that the United States will carry out when required.
Hi, Lou Martinez with ABC. Going back to Tony's point about the OCO, I mean, how do you counter the idea that this pushing this $97 billion into OCO isn't really just a shell game and goes against the spirit of the BCA?
I mean, again, from our perspective, we built a budget that is required to carry out the national defense strategy. The decision on how to best finance that budget was made by OMB and something that we followed their direction on.
But still, it is law that, you have these budget caps, and yet you are making a conscious decision here to shift money into an account that doesn't, it really, I'm looking here for the definition of what you're calling base, and I don't really find a good definition there that would count towards what traditionally has counted under OCA.
Well, we're submitting our base budget at the Budget Control Act level, so compliance with the law is what we're actually doing. And the accounts that we have in OCO are accounts that have been funded in full or in part in OCO in the past.
Roxanne?
Hi. One quick question. Can you tell us how much funding goes into JEDI for 2020?
On the order of about 60.
For JEDI, we have 61.9 million.
And you foresee going ahead with the program?
I mean, I think the contracting strategy is something that our CIO and our acquisition team is running. We've got the funding in the budget for that program. And the second one, very quickly, follow up from the previous questions. Are you not concerned at all that you're running a risk of only just getting $545 billion for defense, or like a significantly smaller defense budget because of the gambit with the OCO? I mean, I think we're being pretty clear on what level of funding is required to carry out the national defense strategy, and it will be our job to work through the rest of this cycle to make sure that our requirements are understood.
Thanks. Aaron Mehta with Defense News. Wanted to ask about the European Deterrence Initiative, which got about a 10% cut, $600 million down from where it was enacted. What's the thinking behind giving that cut? Is that a sign that this building believes some of the threat from Russia to the NATO allies has subsided?
No, absolutely not. I mean, we are continuing to be committed to our NATO partnership, and I think as you see from the strategy, we're very much preparing for great power competition. What you saw last year was pretty significant investment in EDI, and part of that was to posture ourselves and our equipment in that theater. And we are now moving into sort of our exercises and the other things that we do in that account that with that the MILCON and the positioning done. And we're also looking at increased burden sharing.
And just as a follow-up, the U.S. has started production on a system that previously would have been banned under the INF. This building announced that earlier this week. What's the funding stream look like for that in FY20?
Our budget is right now INF compliant, but we have modernization choices that we'll need to make.
But there is a system underway.
Aaron, please, for the sake of time.
I wanted to ask back to the OCO. Was there any strategic thinking in what you put in that OCO to base account, considering Congress has indicated they're not very supportive of that? Like, is it lesser priority stuff, or what type of stuff is in that OCO to base account, that $997 billion?
It's definitely not lesser priority. What we did is try to be as transparent as possible and put things in OCO that had been funded in full or in part in OCO in the past, and so what you'll see in that money is really O&M and a lot of our readiness, our base op support, weapon system sustainment, those types of things.
Really quickly, do we plan to get FIDIP numbers at any point? And if we don't, what does that say about how the public should look at how the Pentagon is planning toward the future?
I think our FIDIP numbers are usually classified, and so we submit those to Congress, and we'll be doing so as we always do.
Dave.
Yes, Sidney Friedberg, Breaking Defense. You talk about the $9.6 billion for cyber alongside the air, maritime domains, but if you break that down, everything else is purely procurement and RDT&E acquisition programs. Cyber seems to include operations, so that's not an apples-to-apples comparison. If you look at cyber procurement acquisition in another book, it says only 2.8, not 9.6. So what's the delta there?
So if you're looking in the weapons book, that is really focused on investment accounts. What we've shown here is our full budget for our cyber activities and the pillars that are involved in cyber. So we've got security, operations, and R&D all included in the $9.6 billion that we gave you.
So it's not comparable to the air, maritime, multi-domain, land, and space figures, which are purely investment, purely acquisition accounts.
They aren't. Actually, we've given, in our brief, we have shown the total requirement for those areas as well. So if you look in the weapons book, you'll see a much lower number for ground systems because they're just doing vehicle procurement and investment, whereas what we're showing you is overall in the portfolio, what's that ground portfolio look like?
Including O&M, including associated MILPERs even?
Correct. MILCON.
Hi, Sam LeGrand with USNI News. To follow up on Marcus's point, the FIDIP numbers are classified. I don't believe that was the case previous to now. Is this a new policy? I'd like you to elaborate on that.
It's not a new policy. It's my understanding that our FIDIP numbers normally are classified, and we share those with the Hill in that way. There's no change in policy.
That is not the way it's been for quite a while. I guess I'll take that for the record.
Yeah, let's get back to you on that.
And then, but just to follow up, but another question is moving forward in the unmanned systems, especially in the Navy. There are a couple of big swings in here, including 10 new unmanned large surface combatants. Can you talk a little bit about what are the validated requirements for these? Where did these come from in terms of a need for the Navy? We still don't have a new force structure assessment for how the service is planning on reorganizing. How does this count against the shipbuilding total as far as an OSD perspective goes?
Right. So I'll just maybe address some of your question there with respect to the unmanned surface vessels. It's part of a look to the future in the way that we could operate. And certainly experimentation and force design activities will follow. There are requirements for the department to operate it in a more autonomous manner. The Navy will begin to fulfill those requirements as we look at different ways of operating, right? So this is about looking at the future differently than we've looked at the past. That doesn't mean that what we have today is less important or is not critical in the next decade, 2 decades, even 3 decades. But it is an acknowledgement that we need to start to consider other ways of operating to enhance our lethality as our adversaries adapt and change their ways of operating.
Steve?
Hi, Steve Trumbull with Aviation Week. On the hypersonic and the $2.6 billion for the hypersonic, we know of 4 programs of record that have been in the budget: Hacksaw, Arrow, CPS, and this new land launch, newly titled Land Launch Limited Operational Capability. Are there any other programs of record in the budget for hypersonic programs, and is there any money allocated for hypersonic defense?
On the other programs, I think I'm going to ask you to talk with the services about that. I don't have those details in front of me right now.
Okay. Anything on defense?
Yeah, I believe it's included in the missile defense portfolio. I don't have the specifics. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you. John Harper with National Defense Magazine. The Missile Defense Review called for beefing up existing capabilities and investing in new capabilities. But in this budget, it seems that the procurement and RDT&E, or the acquisition portfolio, would actually see a decrease in missile defense and defeat. Can you kind of explain that seeming discrepancy between sort of the new strategy or outlook versus what's in this budget?
So I think 2 things are probably making it appear that way. The first is that we surged our missile defense and defeat capability in 18 and 19 with reprogramming and a budget amendment. And so we're basically maintaining that tail, and we're not going to continue to maintain what we surged in those years. So that brings that program profile down. what you'll also see is that we've invested about $1.3 billion in specifically MDR-related technologies that are not inside the Missile Defense Agency budget, but that are part of our Missile Defense and Defeat program.
And can you explain what some of those technologies are?
I think I'd rather do that maybe in a different form.
Hi, Paul Shakeman with U.S. News. In going back to the question about the European Deterrence Initiative, the specific language about the money allocated to provide assistance and support to Ukraine calls for the replacement of any weapons. Does that mean that there's no consideration for any new kinds of weaponry, lethal weaponry going to their military?
I mean, I think for Ukraine, obviously we'll comply with what the law says, and I think what we've got is a piece of our EDI, sort of allocated for those types of initiatives, and they get developed sort of as we move forward in partnership with the State Department and others.
$200 million plus in that account.
Hey, Justin Doubleday with Inside Defense. The budget request assumes $7.7 billion in savings through reforms. You say where that money is coming from, and then where are you redirecting it to?
The money is already sort of will be redirected to our higher priority items. The money is mainly coming from a couple of different areas. We've got some divestments of programs that are no longer consistent with the National Defense Strategy, and so you'll see some of that when you talk to the services. We've got some initiatives in the areas of IT, which is, again, about cybersecurity and reform in that area. We've got initiatives in healthcare, which is really about delivering the same quality of healthcare, but doing it a little bit smarter and a little bit more efficient. And then we also have a category called category management, which is really about the department being an overall smarter customer on how we buy goods and services across the enterprise.
In the higher priority areas,
what we've sort of discussed already within the budget.
Just increased lethality of the force. Yeah.
Lara Seligman with Foreign Policy. I wanted to follow up on Aaron's question, actually. We got a statement from you guys yesterday saying, as part of the U.S. response to Russia's violations of the INF Treaty, the DoD commenced treaty-compliant research and development of conventional ground-launched missile concepts in late 2017. Can you tell us more about what that is exactly and where that appears in the budget and what that funding stream looks like?
I think I'm going to have to take the specifics of that and get back to you.
Because you said that you're not right now funding non-INF compliant missiles.
Our budget is INF compliant, but we have some modernization choices that we're going to have to make based on what's taking place.
But that statement says that this fabrication started in late 2017.
We didn't do non-INF compliant work in 2017. That's correct.
Okay, right. But it supports what might be a non-INF compliant missile in the future.
Well, I mean, there's advanced research that if taken in one direction, could do one thing, and if taken in another direction, could do another. And I think those are some of the decisions we have to make on how we're going to do our modernization.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Travis Tritton with Bloomberg Government. You mentioned healthcare reforms. Does that include eliminating healthcare billets, and could you say how many?
There's really not an elimination of billets. We're doing a conversion of military to civilian to put those military billets back into lethality, and that is part of our proposal for this year.
Could you explain what that means, and could you talk about the number that you're talking about?
I think the number is about 15,000 that we're looking at taking from military billets and converting to civilian billets. But I'd like to get back to you on the specifics of that.
I just wanted to ask, what is that $3.6 billion in the emergency funds that is being backfilled? What is that going to backfill?
Go ahead.
And how can Congress, if they don't know the programs, the MILCON programs that money is being taken from and then backfilled, how can they? I mean, you're essentially requesting money from them for something they don't even know what it's for.
So what we've done is we've requested the emergency money as part of the Army MILCON budget, and along with that, we're requesting a transfer fund so that once we have definition on those projects that we would need to fund in 20 instead of 19, we would be able to put that money in the right place. And so that fidelity will be available as we kind of move through this deliberative process.
You know when?
I don't have an estimate on when at this point.
Ryan?
May I just follow up on Paul's question? Ryan Brown, CNN. The other 3.6 billion that you say is for additional wall construction, there's not a lot of information on that. Is that for the Counter Drug Authority account? What authority would that money be spent with? I'm just a little confused about the nature of that block of money.
That block of money would be regular MILCON as part of what the department normally requests in MILCON. And so, again, we requested it as part of emergency fund inside the Army with a transfer request so that once we have definition on what MILCON projects we'd need to do, we'd get that money moved to the right place.
So the border would be a military construction. Border barriers would therefore, if it was authorized to be a military construction project, which hasn't happened yet, you would be
Right,
able
just
to
like
spend.
normal MILCON, it have to be authorized and appropriated for that purpose.
Thank you.
One more question. Right in the back here.
Hi, I'm Mara Hennemann with the German press agency. Going back to the European Deterrence Initiative, you mentioned that you're looking at increased burden sharing. What specific options are on the table regarding that?
And we're always looking for new ways to partner with our partners out there. I think when you look at the EDI in general, it really has 5 lines of effort, and only one of those lines of effort is really decreasing in the FY20 budget, and that's the infrastructure, because we've really done a lot of that work to this point.
Yeah, that's the military construction side of it that Ms. McCusker's referring to.
And the prepositioning that I mentioned earlier.
Right.
That concludes our time here. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, ma'am.
How are you? Good to see you. Everything going okay?
Round and round, head cut off.
Okay.
I misinterpreted the budget number in my sort of. So big math. Right. Fix that and run back.
For all the journalists, it took a lot of math.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, math.
Right?
I still can't find a list of 30 or 31 programs or the 80, no, it's 93 plus the canceled or short cut. Does that come anywhere?
So we'll see what we can get.
I mean, a list of the 30 that fell off that truck, the decision list.
The 30, you're talking about the 30.
Yeah, because I keep on not seeing it official, but maybe it's, hopefully it's not final.
But you know, it changes.
Yeah, I know. Understood. All of these things, fortunately, we really can't move more than 7 anyway, so you're safe. No, that's, well, you can certainly travel on page, you know, this is the list that has the
those aren't changing. Not changing.
But I like the list, the charts, the bullet points, because I have to write.
But that clearly didn't work out. Hi, sir. Good to see you. Yeah, so that's my second week back. So they were doing well. They care.
Taking pictures of me? No, I'm just happy to check.
How are you?
No. I am.
But wasn't sure. And I just unplugged it. Sorry. Catch up now. But it's a good way to do it.
Well, good.
I'll move it.
Like at 12:30.
We'll start with that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the big clock in the back tells me it's 12:50, so I don't want to lose any valuable Army time here. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Kathy Turner, the Army Media Relations Chief. I'll be moderating today's session. Undersecretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy is going to provide opening comments, followed by Lieutenant General Thomas Horlander, the Military Deputy to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Financial Management and Comptroller. He will provide an overview of the Army's portion of the President's fiscal year 2020 budget request. Following the remarks, we should have about 15 minutes for questions. I'll call on you and would like to keep it to one question just because I want to make sure we get as many questions as possible. Okay, with that, Undersecretary.
Thank you. I'll talk a little bit about the key shifts undertaken in this fiscal year 20 effort. But when we ask you to kind of look at this, look at it in the context of what we've done in 18 and 19 and how it fits together as we kind of march across the FIDIP from the choices that were made in fiscal year 18 and 19. As we published the National Defense Strategy in January of 2018, there were 4 key pillars associated with the NDS: nuclear posture, great power competition, irregular warfare, and partnership capacity. Now, the great power competition is the central challenge associated with this NDS, and something where the Army in particular had to make some pretty significant steps as we try to modernize our force but maintain a readiness posture that where, quite frankly, we fill over 60% of requirements worldwide for combatant commanders. So in this budget, you'll see that readiness is our #1 priority and will remain that way till at least fiscal year 22, when we can get all of our brigade combat teams, about 2/3 of our brigade combat teams, to the highest level of readiness. So we're maxing out our CTC rotations, home station training, and trying to fill brigade combat teams with 105% manning. So readiness will continue to be the #1 priority for the Army. The choices in this budget for modernization that were truly difficult but challenging, but ones that the entire Army leadership stood shoulder to shoulder on and own. The choices that were initially made in fiscal year 18 and 19 was where we restructured the S&T budgets and moved 80% of those dollars against 6 modernization priorities: long-range precision fires, next-generation combat vehicles, future vertical lift,
network, integrated air and missile defense, and soldier lethality, spanning all fundamentals. We had 2 complementary efforts of synthetic training environment and position navigation and timing. So within those 6 kind of +2 priorities, there are 30 signature systems that will require substantial funding in the out years so that we can pull them through that weapons modernization knothole. These decisions that were made were essentially priming the pump in 18 and 19, so that budget deal in 18 and 19 not only helped us restore our readiness posture, but really to prime the pump for our modernization efforts across the future. In fiscal year 20, which is where we make this almost symbolic or signature step to depart from legacy systems of our big 5 weapon systems that are standing in our formations today. Clearly, this will take time, spanning across a fit-up and even longer, to bring these new systems online and field them into our formations. So last spring and summer, the Army leadership conducted what you've all heard of as night court. The Army staff has a sense of humor. So we spent the spring and summer together, spanning north of 70 hours, principals only. Everybody had to do their homework and to lay in these hard choices against our priorities. In the process, we've truncated the buys of over 93 systems and terminated 93 others. Found north of $30 billion across the entire budget of the 5-year Futures Defense Plan, and laying in those cuts over time to finance our ambition. In 18 and 19, when we started this process, we were at about 80% legacy investments to 20 modernization. With the shift of that S&T budget, we went to about 70-30. The choice between 20 to 24, we will get to 50-50 investing against developmental systems and legacy by the end of this fit-up. These choices were complex and they were difficult. And at times people will focus in on the folks that had, winners and losers, if you will. But what we look at is the choices we had to make from a modernization standpoint to be the Army we need by 2028. This presents enormous opportunity in business for commercial entities that do business with us. North of $57 billion in the out years. So if we're looking for companies around the country, we'll work with them, but we also want them to invest and come along with us, because we have to make these choices for the future. We'll try to limit my time so we can get General Horlander to walk you through some charts, and be happy to take your questions. General Horlander.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So good afternoon, everybody. Great to see everyone. So I will probably spend just a little bit of time on the first couple of charts. I think they've been covered by the Secretary and then previously by DOD. But you can see the real point I'd like to make here on this first chart is of a million-man Army, at any given day we have 180,000 soldiers still across 140 countries. Okay, that's a sizable footprint. There's a lot of activity, and I will tell you the activity is only increasing as time goes on. You're familiar with the strategic environment. You're familiar with the NDS, the threats that are out there. I don't need to cover that in any great detail. And I will tell you, so the strategic approach that the Secretary already covered, I think pretty much speaks for itself. You guys know the Army budget is really broken up into 3 components: in-strength, readiness, and modernization. We're on a trajectory to have modest growth in our in-strength. We are on a trajectory, as you heard the Secretary say, to build readiness to 2/3 of our BCTs to the highest state of readiness by 2022. And we have a modernization strategy that that supports the NDS to get us at an end state of 2028. In addition to that, there are a lot of efforts to strengthen the partnerships with our allies. And I'll also tell you there has been a lot of effort put into the business reforms across the Department of the Army. So I took some time, and I won't go in detail on this, but if you look at this chart, this is really a simple way to look at what we've done over time in terms of an in ways and means framework, okay? And so I would just kind of pick up with, you're already familiar with the ends that were provided to us by the OSD and Army senior leaders, and I've pretty much covered what is there in the ways. But the means, the goodness here is, as you can see, we have enjoyed an increase in the defense top line here for the United States Army and, of course, the entire department for the last couple of years. And because of that, we've been able to have a more balanced program, okay? And so the point to really be made here, we're not, when we developed this budget, when we sat there and did night course and all this, one of the going in things that all of the Army senior leaders want to do is not go back to the department, not go back to Congress, and ask for more money to modernize to get us to the 2028 modernization strategy. So as you look at the numbers there, you can see we are asking for, from this current year, FY19, to 2020, it's only about a 2.5 increase to our budget. The total request totals $182.3 billion. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the 9.2. 182.3 represents the Army's requirements in 2020 budget request, okay? And you can see how that breaks out between base and OCO. Now, when I talk to you, I talk apples to apples. What are my base requirements? $150.7 billion. What are my OCO for OCO requirements? 25.8, and I think most of you are familiar with, we have a couple of pass-through accounts for the Army Security Force Fund and the Counterterrorism Equipping Fund. But that represents the totality of $182.3 billion. In building this budget, we employed several themes. Familiar with some of those? The other things I'd like to just cover on this slide for you really quick are while we are going to increase capacity, build readiness, and pursue a pretty aggressive modernization program, we also are investing in our critical infrastructure. That's both Army family housing and just buildings across the footprint there. Clearly, we took a lot of time and dedicated some resources to supporting the Army's families and our civilians. And then, of course, I can talk to you more about the streamlining and the reforms that we implemented here that enable us really to optimize the purchasing power of the budget that we are requesting. Here it is broken out by OCO and base. You can see very clearly that in my base request, or in the Army's base request, sorry, of 150.7, there is a portion of that is OCO for base. But the totality of the base request for us is 150.7. Most of those show an increase from what we got enacted in FY19, and as is consistent across the entire department, a pretty sizable increase in our RDT&E accounts, and we can talk more about that here as we go. In OCO, we're funding pretty much the same operations that we funded here in FY19 with Freedom Sentinel, of course, Iraq, Afghanistan, the ones that you're very familiar with, to include the funding for EDI over there in Europe. So in our personnel accounts, obviously this is the biggest slice of the Army's budget. We are requesting over $60 billion, not inconsistent with what we've asked for in years past. This is to continue on a trajectory of growth, however, a more modest trajectory than what you were familiar with in the past. That's across all three compos. This also includes an increase in our soldiers' pay, both for the pay, the basic housing allowance, and the subsistence allowance as well. And of course, this will allow us to recruit and retain the soldiers we need to achieve our desired end state. That desired end state here in the active component is 480,000 soldiers here in FY20. And then you can see up there on the slide, same for the Guard and the Reserve. The trajectory for the Guards, an additional 500 soldiers, and for the Army Reserves, 250. I take you to our operations and maintenance account. Total request is 52.6. Again, that is for all three components of the United States Army. And this will allow us to stay on our trajectory to attain or to achieve our readiness goals by 2022. I would mention, because of the consistent funding that we've gotten at a higher level here over the last couple of years, has really allowed us to make some great readiness gains. Greater than 55% of our BCTs right now are at a higher level of readiness than what they were in previous years. So there's some good news there. We will need to continue this level of funding to achieve those readiness goals that we've set for ourselves by 2022. We've also funded 32 CTC rotations. 25 of those are decisive action rotations. That's consistent with last year. And 4 of those are for the Army National Guard. You might remember several years ago, the Army National Guard did not have CTC rotation. So we feel really good about having our Compo 2 units go and do that. We're also building readiness in our combat aviation brigades. As you can see on the slide there, there's an increase in the amount of money we are spending for hours per flight crew per month. And so both in the active component and in the National Guard. We've extended our one-station unit training for those initial entry soldiers to 22 weeks for the infantry. We're going to do the same for some of our other combat arms branches, so this budget gets after that as well. So funding for some of our multilateral exercises, both in the Pacific and in Europe, that'll help us to build those critical partnerships that we need with our allies. We are right now funding our installation services. We call that base operation support at 85% of the requirement. That's an increase. That's a good news story. And then to maintain our facilities, let me correct myself. For installation services is 94%. I misspoke. For our facilities, and when I talk about maintaining facilities in the O&M account, I'm talking about soldiers' barracks, and I'm talking about all of the existing facilities that we have out there on the Army installations. Right now, we're funding our sustainment at 85% of the requirement, and in this budget, we are asking for an additional $600 million for the restoration and modernization of many of those facilities. So that is pretty much what we're asking for here in the O&M budget. So let me transition very quickly to the third big slice, if you will, of the Army's budget, and that is our research, development, and acquisition, i.e. modernization. This entire modernization effort totals $34 billion in this request. It's a bold shift, as you heard the Secretary describe that, over time. It isn't all going to happen in FY20, so it's incrementally done over the next 5 years, and then beyond that as well. But right now, we're looking at quite an uptick in RDT&E, and you can see there's about a $1.1 billion increase in our RDT&E efforts, and then just a small decrease in the procurement. We can talk more about that here in just a minute. So this allows us to stay on that end state to modernize by 2028 in accordance with the Army strategy and our modernization strategy. And as you heard, the Army senior leaders architected a plan to do this through the processes of night court and deep dives and what have you. And so when I talk to you about reforms, though, part of the biggest reforms that we had was the establishment of the Army Futures Command, the establishment of the 8 cross-functional teams that many of you are familiar with, and of course how we align those 30 modernization signature systems underneath those 8 CFTs. That is a huge reform. We see that as tantamount to being able to modernize by 2028. There are a number of other things that are components of this modernization strategy that played out as we built this budget. So clearly a divestiture of some of our legacy systems over time. That doesn't mean we're just totally divorcing ourselves from our divestiture or our legacy systems. We're still going to need those, especially as we transition to the next generation capabilities that we endeavor to build. And then as you can see, over time, as the Secretary described, we're going to be eliminating or reducing or delaying some of the systems. But that is really the crux of our RDA account and the $34 billion that is represented there. Transitioning to RDT&E, I already covered the increase there of about $1.1 billion. That's very consistent with the modernization plan and what we're trying to do there. And you can see when you get into the details of the RDT&E budget, you can see in S&T, about 80% is aligned against our modernization priorities. And then when you look at the remainder of the RDT&E accounts, about 60% of that is aligned to that. And so the second half of that is procurement. And in the procurement accounts, there's about $21.8 billion request there. You can see how that plays out. We've enjoyed the Army has seen some increases in procurement over the last couple of years that very much informed where we were going to request money here in 20. And so as we are transitioning, I would tell you this really represents a balance more so than what we've been able to do in the past. Not only a balance that allows us to pursue the modernization strategy, but really a balance that allows us to have a greater balance between the in-strength modernization and current readiness. So we can get into the details of some of the systems that we're looking at here. So here in FY20, there are increased funding levels for the Black Hawk, for the Stryker Double V Hull. We have pretty much maxed production on many of our missiles and munitions. ATACMs, Hellfires, Gimlers are all seeing a max production rate in this request. We are continuing on the same glide path for Abrams upgrades and the Paladin, still doing the same amount of Apache remands as we did here in FY19. The Secretary mentioned there's a couple of systems here that are going to start to see a decline in the funding levels, the Bradley, the JLTV, and the AMPHI. And other than that, I would tell you this is probably a really good balanced procurement program based upon everything we're trying to do over time as you look at this and you look at this across the continuum of the FIDEP. A couple of other accounts. We're asking for $300 million more in MILCON. And you can see that totals about 35 different projects. And then in our Army Family Housing is both construction and the operations of Army Family Housing. I am specifically talking about what the United States Army is responsible for managing, what we own, okay? And so while there's about a $500 million request here, some of that is to construct 3 new housing projects. And some of that, of course, is to operate and maintain the housing that we do have. We were also able this year to divest ourselves of some pricey leases overseas, so that helped us save some money in that account as well. There's a couple of other base accounts in there. I don't need to cover those in great detail. Army, Arlington National Cemetery, the Kim D. Mill accounts that we have at Pueblo. And I just got a small little picture there on the OCO request, and so you can see there it's 31.6, again funding those same operations as we've done in the past, and a little over $5 billion of that are pass-through accounts. So just to kind of wrap up here, $182.3 billion is the Army's budget request. Allows us to stay on the trajectory to achieve our readiness goals. It is absolutely focused on the NDS, modest in-strength growth, and in terms of readiness, of course, you heard about the one-station unit training. We're able to invest in the home station unit training that makes the CTC rotation so much more valuable, and got a very healthy reform agenda going on here as well, and of course strengthening the partnerships. Wanted to cover that and do that kind of quickly so that we could afford you as much time as possible to ask some questions.
Okay, sir. So first we're going to start with Lita, and then we're going to hit Sydney next. So Lita. Hi, Lita Baldor with AP. I'm still a little bit confused on the MILCON issue. So I'm wondering if you can help explain. In the DoD budget, they talk about 3.6 to 3.6 billion, right? 3.6 billion for new border wall funding and 3.6 billion to repay what will be spent this year if the emergency funding is used out of MILCON. I'm wondering, is this in the Army budget? Where is it in the Army budget? And is the 3.6 billion in its own separate fund for the border, or is it in projects that you think you might have to take away from because of the emergency? I'm just confused on how that's going to work.
So it is 3.6 and 3.6 and 2 billion, right? That adds up to 9.2. 3 points. It's all in the Military Construction Army OCO account, okay? And while they have, the department has asked us to leave the answers to these questions to them, I can just sketch it out for you really quick. 3.6 could be for new construction for emergency purposes. 3 points.
New construction barrier or new construction.
Just emergency construction is how we call that. Okay. Another 3.6 would be in the event that we would need to restore some funding and some of the Milcom projects that funding was otherwise redirected to a different purpose. And then $2 billion would be for hazard remediation, or hurricane remediation.
Just to clarify, the $3.6 billion for new construction in Army OCO, is it new construction for the border, or is it just one big pot of $3.6 billion that can be used for any emergency the Army deems appropriate?
So we call this emergency for emergency purposes. So any details, ma'am? I'm sorry, I'd ask you to talk to us.
And then we'll get with you offline, Lita, to see if we can get more answers to the question. So we'll hit Sydney first. We'll go back to Ryan.
Hi. Sidney Friedberg, Breaking Defense. Not asking you to recite all 30 priority programs or all 93 cut programs in rhyming couplets, but can you give us some prominent examples? I mean, I look through this budget, I see a small decrease in some of the AFV, mod, and new construction. No CH-47 mod still seems to be going strong. I'm not seeing any big heads on the wall or any small things emerging that were negligible suddenly getting big. So of all those, the 30 things that go up and the 186 things that go down, what are some prominent examples that you're particularly proud of, particularly were painful to achieve but still necessary? Give us some highlights from that, sir.
So Sydney, the choices of how these programs will be divested happen across the FITIP, towards the end of the FITIP, and you're synchronizing them with the investment portfolio's next generation combat vehicle or future vertical lift. So when you've kind of gotten through the prototyping and experimentation phase, and then you're getting into a low rate initial production tranches of capability, and then looking like in a sand chart, you'll see them start to divest the assets and bring the new ones on. So it's starting to signal as the funding lays in over time, and you get through the modernization process. Ultimately, they synchronize towards the back end of this FITIP.
So that 30-odd billion that's moving, we're not going to see very much of it this year. Most of it's backloaded in the FIDF, which we don't have.
It's another step, because you kind of look, the pipes start to open. The funding increases year over year as the maturity of systems come online.
Okay, so let's go to Ryan.
Sir, Ryan Brown, CNN. I just wanted to ask a little bit about some of the money that was used, operations for the Southwest Border Mission. Obviously, that was an emerging requirement, but is there any money that's to replenish some of those O&M funds that were used to kind of pay for that this year? Or is there any projection that that operation will continue, and how much money is allocated to that operation?
So in the FY20 budget, we are not requesting funds to conduct missions on the southwest border. As you're well aware, we do have some soldiers down there right now performing missions in support of the Department of Homeland Security. But right now in the 20 budget, no, we don't have, we're not requesting funds for that purpose.
And can you say what fund is being used to support that current operation? Or?
So right now, the Army's using some of its O&M to fund that. It's not staggering to the point where, it's hurting our readiness, but it could.
Thank you.
Hi, Marcus Westover with Defense One. Yesterday, the Pentagon said it was beginning, I believe it's quote, fabrication activities on non-INF compliant cruise missile systems. Is any of that in the Army budget? Is that the ATACMS plus up that is in there?
We are in the process of developing the Precision Strike Missile, which is an ATACMS replacement program. It's a greater lethality, 2 in the tube, same platform essentially. What the industry has indicated to us is that if indeed the United States were to depart from the INF treaty, that it's a software updating of the development of that system, and you could extend the range beyond the INF limitations. To the extent it would go north of that number, but we'd have to spiral in capability later to get even greater ranges. But the capability exists today.
Okay. I have a very quick follow-up. JLTV, I noticed, went down a little bit. Is there any changes to the program of record there, or what's to account for the decline?
So looking hard at the requirements associated, just how many JLTVs that we need in the program. Our vehicle fleet today has, I think, I'd have to be correct, but between Humvee, JLTV, and infantry squad vehicle, we have well north of 100,000 vehicles in our vehicle fleet. And so we're trying to hone in on the exact number of requirements of vehicles, and that's why the buy will be truncated over time.
Hi, Tara Cobb with Military Times. If you compare the administration's FY19 request to the FY20 request for Army end strength total, reserve and active, it looks like the growth is actually slowing. We're projected to be at an end strength of about 25,000 more than you will be in 2023. So I'm wondering if is that just a reflection of maybe either recruiting challenges or just this right sizing for what the previous person said was, our next fight won't be a desert storm fight?
No, we do need to grow. We need the growth. The issue there is it's two variables associated with the decision. One is financially, obviously, and then the second, from a standpoint of we wanted to make sure that we could have modest, steady growth, maintain quality standards, and there are difficult challenges that are presented at 3.9% unemployment. We're looking for we changed our strategy in the Department of the Army, focused on 22 key cities in the United States. Looking at the changes within our Army marketing organization, how we message to the country. So we thought that a slower, more modest growth was effective, but we will still be on track to pursue about a 488,000 end strength by the end of this FIDP.
We're going to go left side of the room, Jen, and then Ashley, and then in the middle. Jen.
Hi, Jen Judson with Defense News. I wanted to ask about some of the missile increases that we're seeing in the budget. It looks like Hellfire, you're planning to buy 5,112. Gimler's also has an increase. Was that planned? Why the sudden increase in FY20, especially when you've cleared JAGM Hellfire's replacement for production?
Yeah. A lot of this was the replenishment of existing stocks and get to that tamer, which is the worldwide requirement for munitions. We had the opportunity with the 18-19 budget deal to really get back to that. And I think we'll be restored by 21, 22.
We're at max capacity.
So we're at max capacity. It's about the middle of the FIDP where we'll hit the total requirement. So we're very blessed with the 18-19 deal, and it really helped us get back to restore the health of those stocks.
Just to follow up though, was that planned, the Hellfire increase specifically, was that planned last year, or is this kind of a new decision that was made because you just still haven't met what you need to?
Well, much of it was also, we had an extensive utilization in the Middle East, and the burn rates were pretty high, so we had to make an adjustment to restore those stocks.
It came up in the last briefing, I think, that the DoD might make the FIDP confidential or not show the FIDP numbers. Does the Army plan to release its FIDP in full?
We use that. We usually call it for official use. We keep it sensitive. The numbers change a lot, so as you make adjustments, so that's usually why we don't publish them, because we want to be consistent in how we communicate externally.
Just since that was a short one, there was a major increase in RDT&E for BA4 under that line, also called Advanced Component Development and Prototypes. What was the discussion or rationale behind that decision, and then what risk are you taking by cutting the basic research S&T?
Well, it's very simple. We want to fly it before we buy it. We have to learn from these experiments so that we can get the best solutions possible. And if we're going to fail early, we're going to do it early and cheap. A much more of an aggressive posture with prototyping these capabilities.
So I'm just looking now at the RDT&E chart. So I was just wondering, the ranking out of the modernization priorities, long-range precision fires is on top, but here in the chart says next-gen combat vehicle has almost $500 million more for RDT&E. So I was just wondering, two long-range precision fires just below $1 billion. So I was just wondering how that kind of fared out.
Yeah, so just on sheer volume, you're correct. You have to also take into account the hardware cost associated with those priorities. We fill them in order. So if the requirement is X, you're going to get the money first. But with respect to like combat vehicle and helicopters, The hardware and the software is just very expensive on those assets.
Two questions. First, on the southwest border. The 3.6 and the 3.6, is that going through your, what you call the pass-through accounts in your OCO, or is that a different thing?
So that is just right now placed in the Army's OCO MILCON account. And so I would ask you, sir, again, let's defer these questions to OSD, who can provide you with a greater level of detail.
Also on the OCO, earlier we were told that the amount of money that has been shifted into OCO this year for base purposes has been done in the past. Is that your recollection as well, for both of you, that the amounts of money that are being shifted in there? What are some of the things that have been shifted into your Army OCO that seem to be new?
So there has been, over I'd say the last 5 to 6 years, there have been wedges of OCO for base purposes, as I like to call it. Not to the size that you see here, but that really just depended upon how much headspace we had in the base top line and what the base requirements were. So there was a bit of a delta there, and you know, that was agreed upon and honored by Congress for the most part when we submitted our budget.
So to the Secretary, do you anticipate any congressional issues then with the much larger OCO accounts this time around?
I think we'll have substantial discussion when we testify.
Okay, I want to try to get 2 more questions out, so we're going to go into the center, then we're going to go to you next.
Hi, Jack Detch from Al Monitor. I was curious about the Iron Dome interim purchase. I didn't see anything about it in the budget documents that you released today. So are you still on track for September 2020 with that requirement? What's the cost going to look like? And then specifically, since that system's designed for rockets, artillery, that kind of thing, how is it going to work to defend against cruise missiles in the interim?
So I'll just do this. We are on track for the procurement. What I would ask you to do is we'll get you the experts to talk you through the mechanics of that.
Hi. So first I wanted to follow up on Lou's question. So I noticed in here this OCO says that it does not include the $9.2 billion in emergency funding. So can you just explain, just clarify for me where exactly, does all of that $9.2 billion for the emergency funding, is that all coming out of the Army's budget, and where is it exactly?
So just to clarify, the Army's budget for the Army is $182.3. In addition to that, there has been a $9.2 billion wedge placed in there by OSD for emergency purposes. And when we lay our budget out and we talk to everybody about this to ensure consistency from year to year, we articulate it that way. So right now, our OCO request, not including the $9 billion, is 31.6, okay? So I would tell you that 9.2 needs to be discussed independent. Right now, it's just incorporated into the Army's budget so that OSD can carry it forward to Congress as part of the defense request.
It's not actually coming from the Army's budget.
It is right now placed for defense emergency purposes in the Army's budget, but it's the Department of Defense who needs to represent that requirement.
Okay. And then, sorry, also just a follow-up to Ashley's question on the FIDIP being classified. The FIDIP has not been classified in previous years. So
I don't believe that it is. They believe it's official. It's official use. It's sensitive but not classified.
But it's usually up on the comptroller's website, like for public release.
Yeah, the PNR forms
So
show
we'll
the
have
budget.
OSD follow up.
Yeah.
I want to do one more question just to wrap it up. I know Mandy had one question.
Hi, Amanda from CNBC. I understand that you're doing some balance sheet management and reinvesting across your priorities, but I'm wondering, are you expecting industry to articulate any concerns as you sort of move away from some of these legacy platforms?
So we have, we've tried to do everything imaginable to signal our intent and where we're going. With the 18 and 19, the FY18 ATR, we moved $994 million against our 6 signature priorities, the 30 weapon systems underneath those 6 priorities. We published a modernization strategy that we gave to Congress and to industry. Every Monday night, we have a CEO dinner. We are consistently telegraphing to commercial industry where we're going. Now, that is not to say that there will not be challenges associated with this. There are some transition points in the out years where we are going to be departing from legacy systems, but there'll be others that, on the front end of this process that may be affected. We're working with them. We're trying to communicate as transparently as possible, but we're going to do what we must to finance this ambition.
Okay, so we're gonna need to wrap it up. I don't know if you want some closing remarks, either you or General Corland or sir.
Go ahead. You want to go first?
No, just thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. I know there'll be follow-on questions, and we'll accommodate you and do our best to answer all your questions in a timely manner, sir.
Yeah, we're going to make ourselves available to see as much of you and as many of you as possible who's interested. It's a long process, but we're making a lot of challenging decisions to finance our ambition, no matter if the Budget Control Act or other issues were to arise in the out years. We recognize that the fiscal climate, we could face flat or declining budgets, and we're trying to make the decisions that were necessary to make these transformation of the Army in the out years. So very grateful for the time, and I'm sure we'll see all of you here very soon. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks everybody for coming and asking those questions. Between myself, Wayne Hall, and Lieutenant Colonel Beth Smith, I know we got some follow-ups and wrote down some notes that we owe you. We just want to make sure we got a transition time between the next service that's got to get up and brief, but we'll hang back, us three, to do some follow-ups with you, okay? Thank you, everybody. bid ops in the next week, next week, so, and there's just a little bit of a delay.
Yes.
So, we can just circle back with you.
Okay, I'm assuming you're leaving both microphones up here?
I mean, I can leave them both. I can put them in the center.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I just put this to the side? Or?
Okay, that's fine. Whatever you think looks best.
Part of what he was saying too is the numbers change over the
And
wall.
then I think this is armies.
I'm going to remove all that.
You got it? Okay.
Actually, I'm going to take out the microphone too, just because we're not using it right now.
Perfect.
It doesn't look good.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
I hope
send
you don't
it
mind.
to both of us, and then we're gonna be getting it out with our GA team, so we can get that.
So, I don't know. I had to enter it in. It's like, but we're not doing MDA, right? We're good. I'm sorry. What did you end up doing with this? What did I do? So they someone or something
But you guys have a copy. We have a paper too.
We were hoarding.
And we're doing
I think the one thing that they produce that they only have enough. Don't call them print shop. I don't have a headline next to it. When the name runs out.
We're cost conscious.
Too busy buying lobster tails.
I'll let you spell, I'll give you the spelling of his last name.
Briefing hasn't started yet, it's all still pre-decisional.
Pre-decisional lobster.
Pre-decision.
Non-attribution.
That's on page 12 of our highlights book. You guys have a sense of humor. You've got to, or else they're here for you.
You should have been done a month ago.
That's fine. I was just thinking about it. This is my 11th one sitting here, which is
Yeah, right.
Hi. Is this your 20th one?
Pay homage to the budget gods, as we do once a year. So say we all.
Oh, man. Jeez, God, you're old. How are you going to go
Just living life.
walk on water in life?
Doing better than last week.
Oh, yes.
I was very angry that you got a call, so I didn't have what you had. I had like a 4-year-old, but I was like, my head was so full and I was so busy and I felt like death. And I came and like whirled myself to get out of the house. And I heard that you were calling and I was like, sweet, thank you,
I was literally laying in bed and the phone was sitting on the crossbar of my bed. And I was listening to Gertz talk down at me. Yeah, well, he always talks down at me.
Yeah, I was like, okay with my decision to make myself get up and rush to go to the Pentagon, and so I got the call in, and I was like, this is not okay with me.
Is PBR guest just open?
No, there's a password to it, but.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In a few moments, Rear Admiral Randy B. Kreitz, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Budget, will present the Navy's PB-20 submission. Following the presentation and time permitting, we'll take some of your questions. Admiral?
I feel kind of lonely up here. All right, hi everyone. Thanks for joining me today as I provide an overview of the Department of the Navy's fiscal year 20 President's budget request. I'll spend 20 or 25 minutes on this, and then we'll have time for questions as he already highlighted. Just highlight right up front that for the Navy and the Marine Corps, this request absolutely fields a formidable force in all domains of naval operations. It's a force to deter, but when conflict is required, one that's going to be ready to soundly defeat any threat to the United States. Let's go ahead and go to the first slide, please. So this really provides the output of our budget request. Our budget is strategy-driven, and it's focused on maximizing our naval power. It resources the force required to implement the National Defense Strategy and aligns our people, capability, and processes. Our budget builds on the prior year investments that we've made to deliver increased readiness and lethality, both today as well as in the future, and it's synchronized for the joint fight across the different domains. In terms of capacity, our budget does provide for a larger overall force. We deliver more people, we deliver more platforms, and as well as the enablers that make us whole. We also deliver a better and more innovative force through investments that improve our legacy platforms and provide for a more robust and lethal mix of next generation opportunities. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So beginning with our guidance, I would just highlight across the top there, beginning with the national security, defense, and military strategies in the center with Secretary Spencer's guidance on people, capabilities, and processes. CNO Richardson's recently released Navy strategy, distributed maritime operations, and design for maintaining superiority version 2.0, and Commandant Neller's Marine Corps operating concept. I would just say that the central theme of all this guidance is the return to great power competition. And our fiscal year 20 budget request reflects the implementation of this guidance to ensure that our department can compete, can deter, and can win, and that we're ready to conduct prompt and sustained combat operations to protect America, as well as preserve our strategic influence in key regions around the world. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So today's execution of that guidance really is the result of the resources that we had available and the hard choices that we made in prior years to field today's Navy and Marine Corps. But at the same time, the budget that I'm going to show you here adapts to the changes that we're seeing in the security environment, and I just want to highlight some of that. We are seeing an increase in reliance on the maritime system. I think many are aware that maritime traffic has increased nearly fourfold over the last 2 decades. We have more than 90% of all global goods being shipped on the high seas. We have new trade routes that are opening up to the north. And I think new technologies are making undersea resources more available. So I think the key takeaway there is just that our seas are more heavily used, they're more stressed and more contested than ever before. And so the competition is clearly on. We know that both Russia and China are fielding high-end military capabilities and frankly ideologies that are incompatible with the rules-based international order. And so for us to be able to compete in that environment, we need to be bigger, we need to be better, and we need to be more ready. And that's sort of the outline of this brief. I don't have an agenda slide in here, but I'm going to talk to our budget in terms of bigger, better, and more ready. Go ahead to the next slide. So I just want to provide a little operational context as well. So I highlighted some of the challenges and some of the things that are going on around the world today. We have Navy and Marine Corps forward deployed at sea, 19,000 sailors, 10,000 Marines that are either deployed or underway on 91 different ships, 2 carrier strike groups, 2 amphibious ready groups. Additionally, we have 20,000 sailors, 32,000 Marines that are forward deployed ashore, as well as 5,000 sailors and 24,000 Marines in the Indo-Pacific. And just cover a few examples of operations and activities that have been going on here recently. We had the USS Donald Cook operations in the Black Sea. Recently, we had the South China Sea operations of USS Spruance and USS Preble, as well as the recent Taiwan Strait transit of the USS Steedham. So much of that there around China was focused on demonstrating freedom of navigation as a matter of fundamental principle. We also have the John C. Stennis Carrier Strike Group that participated with the UK, the French, and the Australian navies in the Arabian Gulf as part of Operation Freedom Sentinel. And again, I would say for kind of a key takeaway here, the Navy and the Marine Corps continue to be engaged at high tempo in harm's way, providing immediate response options, assuring our allies, and deterring our adversaries. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So provide a little historic trend of the Navy's fiscal environment, and I would start off by saying that we're very appreciative of the fact that we've had increasing funding over the last couple years. This idea of adequate, stable, and predictable funding continues to be a very high priority, the highest, I would say. For FY20, the combined base and contingency operation budget for our department is $205.6 billion. That's base plus OCO, the required amount to execute the National Defense Strategy in the budget that you're going to see here. This is a 4.8% increase as compared to our FY19 enacted budget. And since 17, we've averaged an annual budget growth of about 5.7% averaged over those 3 years. That's not corrected for inflation. That's just a straight number. So last year when we were here, we talked about the erosion of our military advantage that occurred during those lean years that you can see there in the center of the chart. And I would say this budget puts us on a much better trajectory to kind of restore that competitive advantage. So the budget increases do provide stability, support our readiness, as well as allow us to increase our combat capabilities while we grow capacity where it makes sense. However, I would also highlight that even with the increasing budgets, I would just point out the yellow or the gold line that runs across the chart, which is FY10 constant year dollars applied to the individual bars. So our actual buying power today is about the same level as it was in 2010 and 2011. Okay, let's go to the next chart, please. So this slide provides really an overview of how the money moved by appropriation group compared to FY19. The enacted request is where we're at today. For the, it's hard to see, but at the bottom there, the Navy request is for $159.7 billion, and the Marine request is for $45.9 billion. I think you'll see there that in all the groups, we're seeing increasing funding, with the exception of procurement up to the top right. There's some slight decrease there, and I'll explain some of the adjustments as we go through the briefing. Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, the outline of this is really in terms of the bigger, better, and more ready force. I want to start off with our readiness. I want to start off with people, frankly, because they're our most important and resource that we have and our greatest advantage, in my view. And what I would say here is that both our sailors, our Marines, our active reserve, and including the civilians, without them, we can't do any of the missions that we're required to do. And you can see at the very top left of the chart, that shows our battle force ships that are increasing over the FIDP. Today we're at 289. We'll achieve 296 by the end of 19, 301 at the end of FY20, and then we get out to the 314 towards the end of the FIDP, which is about a 5.5% increase in our battle force ships. In terms of our active end strength, which is at the top of the chart, for the Navy, we'll grow to 340,500. That's a 5,100 end strength increase, which supports the new platforms, the new capabilities, as well as addressing fleet needs and reduces gaps. At the bottom, for the reserve force, it remains nearly steady. It delivers a relevant operational capability that we continue to preserve our strategic depth and aligns to the force structure adjustments that we made, and our budget also includes the 3.1% pay raise that's already been highlighted today. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the Marine Corps. So you can see that the Marine Corps end strength is increasing to 186,200. That manning does support the Marine Corps operating concept and delivers a more experienced, better trained, and capable force. Along the bottom for the Marine Reserves, they're steady at 38,500, which continues to deliver a ready, relevant response force, a force that's capable of seamlessly augmenting, reinforcing, and operating as part of our total overall force. Okay, next slide, please. For the civilian personnel, this account, we're also increasing here 1.5% between FY19 to FY20, which is balanced to provide for our new platforms and capabilities. We are bringing on more skilled labor for our shipyards and our air depots. We're also including scientists, engineers, cyber experts, and others as we bring on new technologies and operating concepts. And all this is geared correctly towards implementing, improving our readiness and lethality. Next slide, please. So we'll spend a minute here on ship depot and ship operations. Ship depot maintenance is the top of the account. So from a ship depot maintenance standpoint, we do increase our funding 6.8% over where we were last year. We're funded to 95% of our requirement, which we believe is the max executable capacity that we have in 20. That said, we are committed to ensuring that our ships are ready today as well as in the future. We do know that in some cases we have maintenance backlogs, more work than we can get pushed through. We have some delays and cost growth that we're working very hard through process improvement to get after that. We're investing in skilled labor, equipment, infrastructure, and that sort of thing, all focused on growing our capacity, improving our productivity and workflow. And we're also working contracting strategies with our civilian industrial partners, I should say, to improve predictability in future workload, which will incentivize some private sector growth. We do grow our shipyard workforce up to a little over 36,100 full-time equivalents. And then down at the bottom for ship operations, that account also increases by 5.5% as compared to last year. It funds 58 days underway while deployed and 24 days underway while non-deployed per quarter. The increased investment is also applied to consumables and repair parts for the ships. The bottom line takeaway, I think, from this slide is that we are delivering ships that are combat ready and worldwide deployable. Okay, let's go ahead to the next slide, please. For Marine Corps and logistics combat elements, we deliver forces ready to meet the Expeditionary Naval Force requirements. At the top of the chart, you'll notice that the ground equipment budget does decrease slightly as we near completion on our reset strategy. Equipment reset is 99% complete, and we'll finish it up at the end of this year. We do maintain Marine Corps equipment availability at 82% and serviceability at 93%. At the bottom, Marine Corps readiness funding increases by 13%, which does provide for a more ready, agile, and capable force. Okay, next slide, please. Shift and talk about aviation depot maintenance and air operations. So aviation depot is at the top. Funding does decrease slightly from 19 to 20. You can see we go from 1.5 down to 1.4. This really is in alignment with the different mix of airframes and engines that we have required in 20. Additionally, we do provide additional funds to our key performance drivers such as aviation logistics, equipment readiness, engineering support, spare parts. And again, similar to the ship depot maintenance efforts, we're working process improvement through data analytics, predictive modeling, and support from our industrial partners. We are funded to max capacity. It's at 95% of our modeled requirement. And we are making progress towards the SecDef's goal of 80% mission-capable strike fighters. For air operations at the bottom, we do increase that account by 4.2%, which amounts to about 25,000 additional hours to align to our increasing mission-capable rates, and we here as well are funded to our maximum capacity. All of our squadrons are deploying combat ready, and I think what I would say as a takeaway here, we continue to provide the available aircraft by providing the right part at the right time, along with a correct number and mix of skilled maintainers. So a big focus area. Shifting to installations and facilities. So this is an area that we've taken some risk in recent years. We've increased funding, so Navy is at the top, the Marine Corps is at the bottom. We're at 87% of our sustainment requirement. That's 87% of the OSD goal, which is a good thing. I would highlight, though, that for the Navy, we have a pretty sizable backlog of deferred maintenance and repair to the tune of about $14 billion. And for the Marine Corps, it's near $9 billion. PB-20 investment is going to arrest the degrade of ashore facilities and makes targeted investments in mission-critical infrastructure. And I think the increased funding is absolutely going to help with our material condition. We do hold the base operating support about steady. At the bottom, I'll talk about the Marine Corps. So their account is funded to 88% of the DoD requirement. That's in sustainment, and their funding increases 28% over where it was last year. This supports the Commandant's infrastructure strategy and does better contribute to force generation of force readiness. Also included in this is an additional $443 million of restoration and modernization to help with the hurricane damage from Michael and Florence. In addition, we're working FY19 in execution to try to get additional funds to help with the substantial damage that occurred in Camp Lejeune, Cherry Point, New River, and Albany. Next slide, please. So I'm going to transition away from the readiness discussion and move to the capacity, the bigger, better part of the brief. So I would highlight at the top that you can see, based on the, as I mentioned earlier, based on our operational context and what we're seeing out there in the world today, that we need to grow. And so I've already highlighted how we'll grow across the FIDIP. We do achieve 355 in FY34 under our current plan. There is a long-range shipbuilding plan, 30-year shipbuilding plan that will be released next week, along with some of our other budget material that will provide the specifics of how that's achieved. And then down at the bottom, I would highlight that these are some of our key capacity increases. I've already mentioned people. In terms of munitions, our preferred munitions are all increasing. Our weapons budget grew by 16% from FY19 to FY20. We're expanding on our unmanned capacity as we move towards a more distributed, lethal, and cost-imposing force as the future of conflict is changing. These investments help us expand the competitive space that we're operating in. We continue with our strike fighter and other aircraft investments, and then at the bottom, we're also expanding our information warfare efforts. Okay, let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So our budget request provides significant investment towards innovation to deliver better forces both today as well as in the future. Our research and development account increases by $1.8 billion from 19 to 20, which is a 9.5% increase. Our ship, aircraft, and weapons development efforts are sustained. We have Columbia-class, there you can see at the top right, it's on track. We begin investment in the future large surface combatant. With CHAMP, which is the Common Hull Auxiliary Multi-Mission Platform, we begin leveraging hull and equipment commonality. We're increasing funding for F-35 to bring in increased lethality. In the area of weapons development, we are providing for longer range and hypersonic weapons and increasing investments in areas like conventional prompt strike, as well as the standard missile family of missiles. And under the green heading there, you can see that for the Marine Corps investments through areas like the amphibious combat vehicle, high mobility artillery rocket system, or HIMARS, the ground-based air defense, and ground air task-oriented radars. And I would just also point out that the Marine Corps continues development to protected mobility, enhanced maneuver, long-range precision fires, as well as air defense, which is laying the foundation for their contribution to any naval campaign that we might have. And then down at the bottom, again, you can see accelerated acquisition is continued, directed energy, lasers, applied AI, machine learning, additive manufacturing, big data analytics, as well as cyber. Okay, next slide, please. So in the area of information warfare, and this crosses multiple different appropriations and really covers the spectrum of competition, you can see at the top, we're dealing with it every day as folks, people trying to, get into our networks, to all the way through lethal combat. So in the center there, we'll continue to invest in our legacy platforms as we modernize those, as well as our future capabilities. In terms of increases to legacy capabilities that are provided through our other procurement Navy account, those are increased as that budget grows by 8% as compared to 19. Cybersecurity, command control, communications, computers, intelligence, the resiliency of our networks, our weapon systems, and infrastructure are prioritized in this budget. We begin procurement of the Distributed Common Ground System, DCGS Increment 2. We increase quantities for the Surface Electronic Warfare Improvement System, or CWIPS Block 2 and 3. We increase quantity for Consolidated Afloat Networks and Enterprise Services, which is CANES. And along the bottom of that chart, you can see over to the left, we are growing our force of information warfare experts. We are leveraging new technologies to be better and more capable, and we're also working on policy, command, and control to ensure that we can employ it. The Marine Corps play a major part here, a big contributor in the cyber arena, and the budget funds cyber manning, training, and equipment for full-spectrum cyber operations within the Marine Corps Forces Cyber Command, and personnel equipment and supplies for the Marine Expeditionary Force Information Group, which helps us manage our information operations. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, shifting to talking about unmanned. And I think it's been highlighted throughout a couple of the other briefs that autonomy is an area that we've invested in this budget. And we'll just highlight there at the top that we begin procurement of the large unmanned surface vessel, which will serve as both a sensor and a shooter. It will be smaller, potentially more cost-imposing, and more attritable than conventional ships, in addition to being more affordable. We procure 10 large unmanned surface vessels. That's 2 per year. These are currently funded as they're laid in now through research and development. However, we expect to transition this program to ship construction at some point later in the fit-up as we further develop the capability, the command, control, and the concepts of operations through fleet demonstration. At the center, you can see our undersea investment in areas like XLUUV or ORCA. These are the undersea unmanned. We procure 9 of those development articles in the fit-up, focusing on payload integration, military utility assessment, as well as vehicle employment to accelerate solutions for emerging fleet requirements. And then at the bottom, MQ-25 Stingray, we did enter into a contract in August for the MQ-25, which will accelerate the IOC initial operating capability of this into the fit-up. Let's go to the next slide, which is ship procurement. Okay, the department absolutely appreciates the strong support that we received from Congress on naval shipbuilding. Last year, we requested 10 ships in our budget request, and were given 3 additional ships by Congress. This year, we are requesting 12 battle force ships, and I think was also highlighted earlier with the largest ship construction budget request in 20 years. Starting up towards the top left there with the Columbia-class program, it continues its 4th year of advanced procurement for the lead ship and remains on schedule to meet its first patrol in 2031. We have a second ballistic missile submarine that will be laid in FY24, and then we'll begin serial production of the Columbia-class beginning in 26. In the second quarter of this year, we did award the contract to build 2 Ford-class carriers. That was a contracting strategy that gained us over $4 billion in efficiencies and savings. $2.4 billion of those savings were inside the fight-up. And then going down, I would point out that as part of work that we did with OSD and in alignment with the National Defense strategy, we added a 3rd Virginia class and a 3rd Arleigh Burke destroyer in FY20, which brings that program to 11 Virginias over the FIDUP and 13 destroyers inside the FIDUP. Down, continuing down, it's not highlighted here, but we do complete, in PB19, we completed the LCS buy. That was for 35 total procured. We currently have 18 LCS awarded and in various states of construction, which provides sufficient workload for our builders as we transition to the future frigate. And you can see the frigate there. Construction will begin in 20. We have 9 of those laid in across the FIDUP. In FY20, we're requesting 2 John Lewis class fleet replenishment oilers, as well as advanced procurement to fund 1 oiler in FY21. There's a total of 7 over the FIDUP. Department requested 2 ATS, which is the towing and rescue salvage ship, in 20, and there are 5 of those over the FIDUP. We begin construction of the Tagos, which is our ocean surveillance ship, in 22. We are requesting 4 landing craft, or LCU, ships in FY20, with 20 of those laid in across the FIDUP. On the ship-to-shore connector program, we did restructure that program due to construction backlog and contract delays. And then in terms of hard choices, I will just highlight that we made the very difficult decision to retire CVN 75, which is the Harry Truman, in lieu of the previously funded refueling complex overhaul that was scheduled to occur in FY24. This adjustment is in concert with the Defense Department's commitment to proactively pursue diversified investments in next-generation advanced and distributed capabilities, including unmanned and optionally manned systems, and to provide a strong demand signal to industry for these new future capabilities. This approach does pursue a balance of high-end survivable platforms like the aircraft carrier, as well as a greater number of complementary, more affordable, potentially more cost-imposing, and attritable options. So we biased this decision towards the future, mindful that we still have time to respond to further analysis. There is a force structure assessment and other work ongoing that will help us validate this decision. Okay, let's go ahead to the next slide, please. In the area of aviation procurement, this account does decrease by 8% from where we were last year to this year as we complete the buy on several different type model series, and some of the aircraft that we are procuring in 20 are lower cost. We do continue the production of the F-35B and C Lightning IIs. That you can see the splits there between the Navy and the Marine Corps in terms of the carrier variant. There are 202 of those laid in over the FIDUP, or I'm sorry, yes, Bravos. 202 total, 82 of the F-35 Bravos, and you can see the 120 F-35Cs and the splits between the two. We complete the final E-2D Advanced Hawkeye multi-year procurement in FY23, and that brings us to a total of 70 aircraft. We will enter into a multi-year contract this year for the F-18. That will span from FY19 to 21 at 24 aircraft per year. Continuing down, we do complete our buy of the P-8 aircraft with our final 6. That takes our buy to 117. We increase our logistical capacity and capability with the multi-year buy of the KC-130J supertanker. We ramp up the CH-53K King Stallion production and multi-year procurement of the CMV-22 Osprey carrier onboard delivery variant. On the unmanned front, we purchased 2 MQ-4C Tritons in 20, as well as 17 across the FIDUP. And then you can see the future quantities of the MQ-25 highlighted there. The purchase at the very bottom there, I think you see these 6 MQ-9 Reapers, which fulfill an urgent operational needs for the Marines, and we intend to transition this to a program of record once we complete the program validation process. Okay, I just want to talk briefly about, next slide please, audit, yeah, we got it, okay. A little bit about audit, just to highlight what's going on in this arena, a lot of work going on here. In FY18, the department did complete an enterprise-wide audit where we looked at our processes and our systems and the resources, which did highlight areas where we need to improve our business practices as well as our internal controls. I think leaders at every echelon between both inside the Navy and the Marine Corps are focused on implementing process and system changes to help improve. Audit uncovered low inventory accuracies, which is another area that we're looking hard at to put in systems that provide better transparency, validity, as well as accountability. Some of the things that this is leading us to were consolidation of the number of our financial systems including enhancing our current enterprise resource planning system, strengthening our internal controls through security access and interface, also looking at the number of feeder systems that we have that feed our financial system and trying to eliminate redundancy. We're trying to drive this into our culture. I think it really comes down to the stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and at the end of the day, the efforts we do here will turn into greater readiness and lethality for us. Next slide, please. For reform, in support of the National Defense Strategy, the Defense Budget Operations Plan prescribed reform across all the different business areas as a means to drive greater efficiency. This is again focused on getting the most out of every single dollar that we get, and this is another area that we're doing a lot of good work on. For our budget request this year, you will find that between the Navy and the Marine Corps, we identified $1.9 billion worth of reform savings in FY20 and $9.4 billion across the FIDP, and that's in addition to the $25 billion worth of savings across the FIDP that we're currently tracking, that were identified and laid in and continue to be tracked across the current FIDP that were laid in during previous budget cycles. We track our reforms in 5 main categories that you can see up there. Just for example, in acquisition process improvement, we'll capture some of our multi-year savings, some of the efforts in Sailor 2025 under policy reform. So, my point here, I think, is that audit and reform really do kind of go hand in glove, and we're trying to be more efficient and get the most out of the dollars that we get. Okay, next slide. So I think just to summarize that we are focused and driving towards a bigger, better, more ready naval force. We know that competition is on. There's a lot going on out there. We do need to be bigger and better and more ready. We align this program to the strategy. We deliver on program wholeness to ensure that we can sustain our strategic advantage over our competitors. And with that, I'll look forward to any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Admiral. Appreciate that. We've got about 10 minutes for questions. Please identify yourself and your organization. We'll try to get through as many of these as we can. Mike?
Yeah, hi, Mike Pavey from Janes. Admiral, can we talk a little bit about the Truman? Sure. So, for example, how much money are you going to save with the FIDP? How much money are you going to look to save overall? And as you kind of let the door open for, it sounds like this is sort of a going back and forth kind of thing, why do this now before you have an FSA in? I mean, what's the driving kind of thing going on right now?
I'll go after the first one. I think I mentioned earlier, part of this was trying to drive, just send a signal that we're serious about this, right? We are focused on some of these future capabilities that we need to get, and we need to get after today. We're not in Kansas anymore, and we have to get moving. So that's part of it. I highlight the studies and the work that's ongoing just because we need to prove to ourselves that we're making a good decision here. In terms of the savings, inside the FIDP, we're captured about $3.4 billion worth of savings. We estimate there's another $2 billion roughly of savings that are procurement related outside the FIDP, and then there'll be about $1 billion a year savings associated with the operations and maintenance. That's the fully burdened cost associated with the carrier and the associated air wing.
News. I wanted to ask about aircraft procurement. It looks like both for FY 2020 as well as the rest of the FIDP, there's some decreases in F-35 procurement, in Super Hornet procurement, P-8s. And I just wondered if any of that was related to the Truman decision, if any of that was related to, a move to unmanned systems, or kind of why we're seeing some of that reduction.
No, I think that some of those are, we're just getting the completed program in some cases. In terms of the F-35, I think some of that was tied to some force structure mixes. I believe it was highlighted earlier that the TAC air mix was looked at very closely this year. Excuse me. So the mix between F-35Bs and Cs for the Marine Corps drove some of that. And then there was a little bit of affordability in there, right? We're trying to build a balanced program. And when I mean balanced, I mean I got to have everything. I got to have the people. I got to have the munitions. I've got to have the readiness across the board. So, we have the constraints that we have within our top line, and, we went after this in an analytic way to build the best program that we could, and this is where the chips fell out.
Are there certain aircraft programs that you would identify as being sort of budget constraint related, or?
No, I would say no. And to answer your other point, none of those adjustments were related to the Truman decision, if I didn't answer that.
Admiral David Larder with Defense News. The large unmanned surface vessel, I mean, the RFI came out 2 weeks ago, right? So what are you buying?
Right, so today we're leveraging an effort that's being bought today in 19, so we'll buy 2 more of those in 20. And I'm not going to get into the capabilities today on what that will entail, but the capabilities would likely transition to the way we're currently envisioning how this will work to something that has vertical launch built in, and that would drive us to change the way the program is currently laid out to ship construction as we validate the requirements. But we got to get through the details of concept of operations, command control, how is it going to work in the distributed environment. But we need these test articles, and we need to bring these things on quickly so that we can actually see how this is going to work.
Justin?
Hi, sir. Justin Katzen, Fed Defense. Could you speak to what this budget is doing in terms of the Navy's 20-year shipyard optimization plan? That plan is supposed to cost $21 trillion, and the executive summary explicitly said that the Navy would require top-line relief to execute it. So what money is in this budget to do that?
Sure. Let me, so it's about, you know, I should have labeled this stuff. Too many papers. Let me find it here. I've got it. I think it is right here. It's in the readiness section. Here it is. So in FY20, we have $454 million that's laid in. Of that, about $150 million is OPM, which is tied to procurement of modern repair equipment and tooling. There's $204 million that's really in Oman, which is focused on modernization of dry docks, material handling, and ship service support in both Norfolk and Mayport. Norfolk and Portsmouth Naval Shipyards. And then there's additional funds in MILCON, which provide for improved dry dock flood capability at Norfolk, as well as up in the carrier docking at Puget Sound. So $454 million that's currently laid in, and then we have about $2.7 billion that's programmed over the FIDIP that's focused on public shipyard improvements.
Admiral Otto Crusher, Sea Power Magazine. You talked about Reaper, buying Reaper for the Marine Corps. The Corps had that program called MUX. Reaper is not shipboard capable. Is that to replace?
So we're still working on the MUX program. I don't think I have the numbers, and I can get you a more complete answer, but we're still working on that.
Okay, so the Reaper is not a replacement for that Group 5 requirement?
I don't believe so. I'm not gonna. I'll get you. I'll have to take that one. Take a look up on that one.
Question on the Truman. Navy budget documents indicate you've spent about $537 million already. You've expended it for a reactor core for it. Is that going to be wasted, or what happens with the money that's been spent
Right,
on
so
the reactor core?
reactor core, so you are correct that in 2008 we procured one, and in 2011 we procured the second core that were tied to the Truman. Those will essentially go on the shelf as emergency replacement cores for the Nimitz program, and until the life of all the ships are done. So if they're needed, they would be used. If not, then no. So yeah, I mean, we expended a total of roughly $538 million. That's correct.
Considered wasted money then if you're going to stay. You're not going to do this. It's going to be on the shelf.
They will be working with naval reactors. They will be placed on the shelf in availability in case we need some sort of emergent situation would arise. That's the plan.
Quickie on the case 53K. You're buying 6 this year. The plan was 9. Does that reflect the many problems that program's having?
So we do have a way ahead, I think, on the CH-53. We're waiting to get some additional money in R&D this year to make some corrections. Yes. So we believe we have a way ahead on that program. So yes.
Thank you.
Rick? Mr. Rick Burgess, Sea Power Magazine.
Yes, sir.
I noticed on the aircraft procurement table, the training helicopter is broken out by Navy and Marine Corps, which I thought was odd because the Navy is technically the owner.
Yeah, we probably should put those back together. I don't think there's any reason to have them broken apart.
Sam?
Hi, Sam Legrone with USNI News. Can you talk a little bit about these large surface combatants? You're buying 10 of them. Are they all test articles? Is there a validated requirement for it? Like, you know.
No. So as already stated, the intent is to bring these things on board so that we can start using them and demonstrating what we can get from them. There will be test articles initially, at least the way they're laid in now, but they will transition as we build the program of record. So, I mean, that's the same answer I just provided.
Exist? I mean, what are these things? I mean, are they hulls that float in the water
So
today?
they're 200 to 300 foot, 2,000 ton. I'm not sure what the final hull form will be. That's what we're using today in terms of what the Ghost Fleet buy is. But I don't think we know yet exactly what the hull form will be. That's more work to be done.
I mean, just to follow up, I mean, just to make sure that we understand that, where do the requirements for this come from? All of a sudden, you're talking about over the future years defense plan at $2.3 billion in expenditure for this.
It comes from the fact that as we look to the way distributed maritime operations are going to work and how we're going to fight a future fight, we are looking at what these investments need to be and what we need to bring on, and this is one of the things that we need to bring on. And to do it, if I need to get started on it so that we can actually develop all the documents and the things that you're highlighting, but those things will absolutely come.
Yep.
Hi, Steve Trimble with Aviation Week. Can you say what's in the budget for FAXX?
I'll have to take a look up on that. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Yeah. Both for the 20 and the FIDIP, if you could take it for the record.
I don't know the answer to that one. Sorry.
I'm sorry, right here.
Thank you. What if the Congress doesn't allow you to retire the Truman? How does that affect your plans?
Well, obviously, if we weren't allowed to retire the Truman, we would have to identify other sources to restore it. So, I mean, I don't want to get into a what if game. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I'll leave it at that.
We've got time for about one more question. Ben?
Ben Warner, USNI News. I have a question about the expeditionary medical facilities. You're going to be cutting 6 of those. How many people are we talking about? And can you
So it's
give a
about
little more
3,100 people in FY20, about 5,300 total over the FIDIP. This was in alignment with the National Defense Strategy and alignment of our most stressing operational plan to align that community with what we need to essentially cut the excess. So that's what's going on there.
What happens to those people? I mean,
So it will be managed very carefully through normal attrition, and that's how that will work.
All right, thanks. That's all the time we have today. If you have any follow-up questions, you can please get with myself or Lauren right afterwards. Thanks. Admiral, thanks.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
I repurposed it for this year and put it in there because somebody gave me an answer. No, you are. You are. I mean, I asked for that, but it's just based on the slides. Somebody said something.
No, I'm saying. Oh, sometimes you can. No, because you say that so disdainful. Yeah, well, I my boss didn't want to know why it's why I 15 sheet X, and I was like, no, because it'll be slow with upgrades. In the I mean, my fingers are so forever. She was like, that's so clunky. Like, I didn't do it. You should read it. Either way, the iron eagle, as far as I can tell, try with the iron eagle. I like, you know, once it appears. Hey, how's it going? Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
I tried.
I mean, it's like pretty general, right? And I really don't know that I would actually what? Hi, excuse me.
I do. I'm just gonna put it in mine.
This is where we have the open space portion.
gentlemen. We are at 2:30, which means it is Air Force budget time. In just a moment, General John Pletcher and Ms. Carolyn Gleason are going to present the Air Force budget submission for this year's President's budget. When we get to our question and answer portion, I'll revisit this then, but again, I know most of you, but please do identify yourself by affiliation and name for our own records. With that, sir, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Hope. Well, good afternoon again. Thanks for sticking around for the Air Force FY20 PB rollout briefing. We want to certainly give you as much information as we can up front, and then we'll leave some time at the end for questions. Let me start out by giving you the bottom line up front. The Air Force's FY20 budget requests $165.6 billion to continue our path to build a more lethal and ready Air Force. That's a $9.8 billion increase over the FY19 appropriation, with the increase enabling growth in both readiness accounts as well as continuing steady increases in our military end strength, a renewed emphasis on infrastructure recovery, and our ongoing focus to develop and field faster and smarter the advanced capabilities needed for a return to great power competition. Along the way, we'll highlight some of the successes we've been able to achieve with recent congressional support, and we'll spend the majority of our time discussing the highlights within each appropriation. Finally, we'll touch on the Overseas Contingency Operations account before providing some closing thoughts and opening the floor to your questions. Next slide, please. Actors in today's international security environment aim to threaten U.S. prosperity and security around the globe. The National Defense Strategy prioritizes military capabilities that counter overt challenges to the free and open international order and the reemergence of long-term strategic competition between nations, in particular China and Russia. Through coercion and intimidation, these actors aim to threaten regional neighbors, undermine our allies, and displace American influence across the globe. These great power competitors look to challenge U.S. dominance across all warfighting domains and confront us through information warfare, ambiguous or denied proxy operations, and subversive actions. To face these challenges, we must compete, deter, and win across the 5 priority missions of the National Defense Strategy. Those 5 missions are: 1, defend the homeland; 2, provide a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent; 3, defeat a powerful conventional enemy; 4, deter opportunistic aggression; and 5, disrupt violent extremists in a cost-effective manner. Each of these missions requires a combination of capabilities from all military services, and the Air Force is integral to every one of them. In fact, the Air Force is unique in that we must be ready every day to accomplish all 5 of these missions simultaneously. With these priority missions in our windscreen, we developed the FY20 President's budget request to build a more lethal and ready force while focused on fielding tomorrow's Air Force faster and smarter. Currently, the Air Force has 312 operational squadrons, and those squadrons continue to be in very high demand, employing unrivaled air, space, and cyber power from over 179 locations across the globe. But to counter the threats projected in the 2025 to 2030 timeline, as defined in the future defense planning scenarios, we must increase our capacity to evolve to incorporate advanced technology and cutting-edge capabilities in new and innovative ways. While the FY20 budget does not directly fund additional squadrons to build toward the future Air Force we need, it does set the conditions for success by fielding faster and smarter the technology and innovation that will allow us to achieve a strategic advantage over near-peer competitors. On the next slide, we'll highlight how the FY20 budget improves readiness and increases lethality. Next slide, please. Our National Defense Strategy directs a more lethal and ready force prepared to defeat our adversaries in high-end combat. And through the following 7 priorities, this budget request accelerates warfighter lethality and continues to restore readiness to our squadrons. First and foremost, readiness recovery is about people. The FY20 President's budget request increases our total force military end strength by 4,400 airmen to a total of 511,000. To prepare our airmen to fight alongside allies and partners and defeat the high-end threat, this budget includes 1.3 million total peacetime contingency flying hours, the current maximum executable amount, and includes funds to modernize our live and virtual ranges and training infrastructures such as Nevada Test and Training Range and the Joint Pacific-Alaska Range Complex. Second, the FY20 budget restores the readiness of the force through cost-effective maintenance and logistics. We continue to prioritize our weapon system sustainment programs, growing this account by $1.7 billion in the FY20 request to ensure our aircraft's equipment and systems are ready when needed. This budget also funds enterprise sustaining engineering efforts to drive down sustainment costs through automation, streamlined supply chains, and industry-adapted condition-based maintenance practices such as analytic tools and monitoring sensors. Third, this request continues our unwavering focus on aviation safety. Ensuring we do not compromise safety as we prepare our airmen to fight today and tomorrow, the Air Force will always prioritize and repair any immediate issues that may endanger our air crews. As a specific example, this budget funds a next-generation ejection seat designed to mitigate ejection risks for aircrew wearing helmet-mounted devices in multiple fighter and bomber aircraft. Fourth, the FY20 request supports the Air Force's commitment to providing a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent. The NDS, the Nuclear Posture Review, and the National Defense Strategy Commission all reaffirm America's need for a modernized nuclear triad. The FY20 budget continues the upgrade and recapitalization of the ICBM and bomber legs of the nuclear triad, as well as modernization of the nuclear command, control, and communication capability. Fifth, we continue our modernization efforts across multiple weapons systems. The FY20 budget increases funding to continue the B-21 development program, which is poised to add significant capability to both our nuclear and conventional operations. We remain committed to the F-35 and its game-changing capabilities through the procurement of 48 F-35s. And this FY20 budget request also balances readiness and modernization in the near term by procuring 8 F-15EX aircraft to refresh our aging F-15C fleet, allowing us to benefit from foreign partner investments in the F-15 line. Sixth, we continue our focus on cyber dominance by funding our 39 offensive and defensive cyber mission force teams in support of U.S. Cyber Command to simultaneously generate effects in cyberspace while we secure and defend our systems against attack. Furthermore, our Joint Cyber Command and Control System provides combatant commanders with cyber situational awareness and battle management of our forces. Finally, we continue our efforts to accelerate toward defendable space. With a fourth consecutive year of growth, our space portfolio is growing 17% over FY19, building on previous advances and further accelerating the competitive advantages relied upon by our warfighters. The FY20 request develops resilient satellite communications and procures the first GPS-3 follow-on satellite, keys to thwarting attempts to blind or jam our space systems. And as you've heard, this budget includes the initial funding to stand up the provisional elements of the United States Space Force headquarters under the Department of the Air Force. Although establishing a Space Force will require enabling legislation from Congress, this provisional headquarters will be responsible for addressing scope of mission and functions, organizational components, and planning considerations to implement the new service. Now let's shift our attention from what we buy to how we're buying it as we capitalize on new acquisition authorities and streamline and agile processes to deliver required capabilities to the field faster and smarter. Next slide, please. Let's face it, the acquisition system we inherited from the Cold War era is too slow for the digital age. China is innovating faster than we are and fielding game-changing capabilities that threaten the advantages we enjoy. To accelerate fielding of new U.S. capabilities, the 2016 and 2017 National Defense Authorization Acts delegated acquisition responsibility down to the services and granted new acquisition authorities as well. We're utilizing these new authorities to deliver to the warfighter faster and smarter the capabilities called for in the National Defense Strategy. Let me highlight 4 specific ways in which we're doing this. First, we're capitalizing on the prototyping and experimentation authority Congress provided. Using this authority, the FY20 budget continues the funding to accelerate hypersonics development, keeping us on a path to build and fly our nation's first hypersonic boost glide weapon 5 years earlier than anticipated. Additionally, we'll continue our experimentation efforts for the light attack aircraft by including funds in the FY20 budget to build on what we've learned in the first 2 experiments and expand the experiment to other classes of air vehicles, such as unmanned, rotary, or turbojet aircraft. Through this experimentation, we can ensure the U.S. and our international partners have the right mix of options with the necessary intelligence and information sharing capabilities to fulfill the counter-VEO mission. Second, we're empowering our acquisition professionals to tailor the acquisition process, structuring their decisions to best support the needs of the program. As an example, our B-52 commercial engine replacement program utilizes digital modeling to conduct digital fly-offs, finding design flaws earlier in the development period and fixing them before building. This modeling will save 3 years from the normal development timelines, as well as improve fuel efficiency. Third, we're transitioning away from our historically slow and unresponsive approach to software in favor of a much more agile and rapid development approach. A key to this change is putting acquirers and operators together to focus on rapid incremental software improvements that deliver at the speed of relevance. Leading this change is our Kessler Run Experimentation Laboratory. One example of Kessler Run's agile development successes is a new software tool they developed for air refueling planning that helped the Air Force reduce fuel consumption by millions of dollars each month and reduce the requirement by 2 tankers in support of the counter-ISIS campaign. That software tool was delivered in months instead of years. And finally, our commitment to competition continues to reap positive results. Recent contract awards for National Security Space Launch, the Global Positioning Satellite 3F, and UH-1 helicopter replacement and the TX trainer netted over $15 billion in savings over the program estimates. In addition, our focus on expanded competition has opened the door to more innovators. By reducing bureaucracy and removing barriers to entry, our Space and Missile Systems Center is awarding prototype contracts twice as fast as traditional contracting methods, opening the door to more companies. We're also seeking small business and entrepreneurs' ideas with our inaugural Pitch Day, as well as airmen's inputs through our Spark Tank competition. These programs provide an entry to non-traditional vendors, foster innovation, and find revolutionary ideas to the Air Force's toughest problems. As you know, we can only achieve these goals of building a more lethal and ready Air Force while fielding these new capabilities faster and smarter through the continued support of our Congress. On the next slide, I'll cover the fiscal environment, highlighting the recent successes and the need to maintain that funding commitment in the coming years. Next slide, please. In the past few years, through support from Congress, the Air Force has accelerated modernization programs while simultaneously building a more lethal and ready force. Since FY17, Congress has appropriated Air Force funding roughly $50 billion above the Budget Control Act caps. Listed below are 4 areas where these additional funds enabled key improvements. First, we grew over 14,000 total force military personnel. These airmen filled critical gaps in aircrew, maintenance, remotely piloted aircraft, intelligence, and cyber career fields that set the foundation for our readiness recovery. Second, almost $1 billion in full spectrum readiness funds addressed gaps in supplies and equipment across the Air Force, and specifically in the Indo-Pacific area of operations. This included chemical defense ensembles, cold weather gear, communications equipment, and medical war reserve material to ready our forces to fight tonight. Third, our research and development budget almost doubled. These funds honed our technical edge against rapidly modernizing competitors and accelerated game-changing technologies and space programs that will make a difference in the warfight of today and tomorrow. Finally, we procured an additional 23 F-35A Joint Strike Fighters. This accelerated production of the equivalent of an entire F-35A squadron 1 year earlier to ensure the Air Force remains lethal against emerging high-end threats. In addition to top-line increases, we are appreciative of Congress passing the FY19 National Defense Authorization Act and defense appropriation bills on time. As a result, we've been able to accelerate spending on our operations and maintenance account by $3.7 billion this year, compared to this time last year. This timely funding was key to advancing our readiness recovery and specifically addressing mission-capable rates for our fighter platforms. We're grateful for the continued congressional support and the subsequent confidence it injects in our military and industry partners. The FY20 President's budget builds on these gains. However, we're not relying solely on additional funding to accelerate our NDS implementation. We're driving smarter use of resources through reform efforts and creating our own trade space. As one example, we improved the modeling of our military personnel costs by analyzing how personnel entitlements expend over time. And this analysis led to targeted improvements in budgeting for basic pay, permanent change of station, and other accounts, enabling the Air Force to realign $1.6 billion over the next 5 years to address other readiness and lethality needs. Additionally, through the identification of redundant capabilities, we were able to divest all funding for the Eagle Vision program through an agreement between the Air Force and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Now the Air Force receives a higher resolution of service at no cost to the Air Force, saving $21 million per year. Finally, looking to maximize the return on every dollar we spend, we've implemented a new infrastructure investment strategy. This strategy shifts Air Force infrastructure spending from a worst first approach to a prioritization based on mission needs and getting the most bang for the buck. Utilizing three primary lines of effort: first, restoring readiness to power projection platforms; second, cost-effective modernization of infrastructure; and third, driving innovation to installation management, we can accelerate infrastructure readiness, resilience, and modernization. However, even with increased buying power through reform initiatives, the true ability to continue our multi-year effort of rebuilding readiness and lethality while modernizing our force requires predictable, requirement-driven funding. The most critical element of support we need from Congress is to find a way forward on the budget front to continue delivering the top line necessary to implement the National Defense Strategy and protect America's vital national interests. With these budget priorities, streamlined acquisition processes, and strategic and fiscal environments in mind, let's begin to break down the FY20 budget. Next slide, please. The stacked columns on this slide illustrate the breakout by appropriation of the fiscal year 19 enacted appropriation and the fiscal year 20 budget request. These columns represent the total force budget request to include active guard and reserve. Starting on the right, when you exclude the $39.2 billion non-blue pass-through, the Air Force budget for FY20, including both base and overseas contingency operations, is $165.6 billion, a $9.8 billion or 6.3% increase over FY19's enacted budget authority. You'll also notice there's a significant change in our operations and maintenance, or O&M, and the overseas contingency operations accounts. This change is due to a shift of significant portion of the Air Force O&M funding from the base budget to the OCO budget. And as you've heard before, this is a department-wide decision to comply with the Budget Control Act by holding the base budget request under the BCA caps. We'll discuss the details of the overall OCO budget later in the briefing. To compare the FY20 budget request to the FY19 appropriation, let me shift your attention to the two stacked bars on the left. Here you'll see an apples-to-apples comparison of FY19's enacted appropriation to the FY20 budget request, where we've applied an OCO rule set similar to that used in FY19. As you can see, the requirements driving the majority of the overall $9.8 billion budget increase in FY20 are in O&M, military personnel, and research, development, test, and evaluation, or the RDT&E appropriations. We'll discuss the drivers of the changes in more detail in the coming slides. First, let's start with a look at the O&M account. Next slide, please. Our operations and maintenance, or O&M appropriations, are our largest account, making up 36% of our FY20 request. This account finances our day-to-day operations and is critical to our continued efforts to restore readiness. And as you can see, our FY20 O&M request includes a $4.7 billion increase over the FY19 appropriation. In part, this is due to $1.3 billion in growth for our facility sustainment, restoration, and modernization program, which was a 48% increase over FY19. After years of falling short of our infrastructure investment goals, we've significantly increased our infrastructure budget both here and in our military construction appropriation, which I'll discuss later. Since we fight from our bases, these increases begin to turn the corner on ensuring our power projection platforms are ready for tomorrow's fight. Another significant driver of the O&M growth is a $1.4 billion increase, which includes both base and OCO, to our FY20 Weapons System Sustainment, or WSS, portfolio. This $1.4 billion total increase is a combination of the $1.7 billion base budget increase to WSS that you see on this slide, offset by a $300 million reduction in OCO funding for WSS. With this funding, we continue the prioritization of our 204 pacing units to ensure our lead force packages are ready to fight tonight, while also advancing the overall readiness of the force to achieve our FY20 and FY22 readiness goals. Additionally, this budget resources over $6 billion for 1.1 million peacetime flying hours, again funding this readiness program to current maximum executable levels. These baseline hours, combined with the live and virtual training range improvements and increased adversary air sorties, retain and sharpen today's aviators and help us increase pilot production to 1,480 pilots in FY20. This request also right-sizes our installation support accounts, adding almost $1 billion compared to the FY19 appropriation. This change minimizes reprogramming actions in the year of execution and ensures our must-pay installation maintenance contracts and utilities are funded to the levels we've historically executed. Finally, this request includes $3.3 billion for our cyber mission set and $2.5 billion for our space operations and training requirements. And as I mentioned earlier, this budget resources the stand-up of the initial U.S. Space Force headquarters with $72 million to cover the initial personnel and operating costs. Through this O&M budget request and other initiatives, our airmen will be organized, trained, and equipped to meet the complex challenges we face across the multi-domain battle space. Next, let's turn our attention to military personnel appropriation. Next slide, please. In fiscal year 20, we continue the steady growth of our military end strength and add funding for a 3.1% military pay raise, a 3.4% increase to basic allowance for housing, and a 2.4% increase to basic allowance for subsistence. As I mentioned earlier, this budget also reflects the savings from a reform effort to improve the modeling of military personnel costs, an effort that reduced our FY20 military personnel budget request by $490 million. In terms of end strength, this budget request supports our 5th consecutive year of increases, with FY20 growing an additional 4,400 airmen over FY19 levels to just under 511,000 total force military members. This brings us back to our FY12 pre-sequester manning levels. In terms of mission sets, this budget targets critical skill gaps across active Guard and Reserve components, such as Special Warfare Airmen, Intel, Cyber, and Nuclear Defenders. We also continue to enhance the capability of our recently added maintainers, ensuring their skills and abilities are prepared for both fleet modernization and readiness goals. Additionally, the FY20 military personnel budget expands efforts to address the pilot shortfall and retention challenges in other career fields through a $30 million increase for targeted bonuses, which when coupled with non-monetary efforts, which are mostly funded within our O&M appropriation, aim to retain seasoned airmen in stressed career fields and airmen performing hazardous duties, ensuring critical Air Force specialties are preserved. Through these efforts, the Air Force will be better sized, better trained, and more lethal to face the challenges of great power competition. Next, let's shift our attention to the Air Force Research, Development, Test, and Evaluation budget request, where Ms. Gleason will discuss how a third straight year of substantial growth enables our ability to develop the capabilities that will be necessary to counter the threats of tomorrow. Next slide, please.
Thank you, General Pletcher. As General Pletcher mentioned earlier, our RDT&E appropriation has almost doubled in the last 4 years, and the FY20 budget request is an increase of $4.5 billion over what was appropriated in FY19. This year's budget invests heavily in innovative technologies and focuses on modernization of key capabilities shaped by the National Defense Strategy. We continue to modernize our aircraft fleets, recapitalize 2/3 of the nuclear triad, accelerate defendable space capabilities, and invest in technologies to maintain our edge against emerging threats. This budget increases development funding for the B-21 by $725 million as the program transitions from design to manufacturing development. It also continues TX development to recapitalize our aging T-38 fleet, invests $794 million in F-35 Block 4 capabilities, a $290 million increase from the FY19 enacted amount, funds $247 million to advance capabilities for the Combat Rescue Helicopter, continues the presidential aircraft recapitalization, and invests in multiple legacy aircraft. Additionally, the FY20 request adds $1.8 billion in procurement and RDT&E funding to accelerate our defendable space investments, securing the satellite constellations that power our military forces and civil societies. We continue efforts to accelerate development of the next generation overhead persistent infrared sensor to enhance our missile warning, and invest $463 million in the GPS-3 follow-on constellation to provide enhanced anti-jam position, navigation, and timing. Moreover, this budget invests $713 million in the long-range standoff weapon to replace the air-launched cruise missile, and $570 million in the ground-based strategic deterrent designed to recapitalize the aging Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. These two efforts will ensure the reliability and effectiveness of the most responsive and flexible legs of the nuclear triad. Furthermore, the FY20 request invests in advancing technologies to counter emerging threats, including the Next Generation Air Dominance, or NGAD family of systems. Although most of the specifics of NGAD are classified, this budget increases funding by $570 million to resource the most promising technologies needed to close air superiority gaps as identified in the Air Superiority 2030 Flight Plan. Finally, our budget continues efforts to institutionalize prototyping and experimentation to quickly move game-changing technologies into warfighting capability. Specifically, we invest $878 million to continue the Adaptive Engine Transition Program, which is providing revolutionary advances in fighter turbine engine performance. In addition, we invest $576 million in hypersonics efforts to include both the air-launched rapid response weapon and the hypersonic conventional strike weapon, with each scheduled to achieve initial operational capability by FY22. This budget also focuses our directed energy efforts on prototypes for the base defense mission. These increased RDT and investments build on progress made in FY18 and FY19, safeguard our technological edge against near-peer competitors, and enable the Air Force to accelerate the next generation capabilities required to counter threats outlined in the National Defense Strategy. Now let's take a look at the highlights of our FY20 procurement appropriations. Next slide, please. Our procurement appropriations remain relatively stable as we continue buying aircraft, space assets, launch services, and munitions at a steady pace. In future years, some of these accounts will increase as RDT&E investments we just reviewed move into production. Looking specifically at our aircraft procurement account, our FY20 request funds $5.7 billion to procure 48 F-35A aircraft, continuing our commitment to the F-35 and its game-changing capabilities. This budget also adds $1.1 billion to purchase 8 F-15EXs to begin to replace aging F-15Cs. In addition, the baseline aircraft procurement account continues recapitalizations for tankers, providing $2.2 billion to procure 12 KC-46As, and rotary assets funding $884 million for 12 combat rescue helicopters, as well as 8 MC-130s. Our baseline budget also funds 3 additional MQ-9s, in addition to the 9 aircraft funded via the Overseas Contingency Operations account, for a total of 12 procured in FY20. Our FY20 space procurement request funds 4 national security space launches, leveraging a public-private partnership to inject competition into the market. In addition, $415 million in this budget procures the first GPS-3 follow-on satellite, adding to the robust GPS constellation. For the munitions account, the table on the bottom right of the slide includes both base and OCO funding to allow for an easier comparison between fiscal years. The FY20 President's budget request begins to transition our munitions priorities from the counter-VEO fight to the high-end fight. During this shift, we continue to maximize production of the Joint Direct Attack Munition, Small Diameter Bomb, and Hellfire, while placing greater emphasis on the Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile Extended Range, or JASSM-ER, and the Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile, or AMRAAM, both of which are critical to defeating threats in a highly contested environment. Having highlighted the changes in our procurement funding lines, let's take a quick look at our major procurement quantities in the FY20 budget. Next slide. Shown on this slide are procurement quantities for both the base and OCO accounts that were included in the FY18 and FY19 appropriations, as well as the total quantities funded in the FY20 President's budget request. Let me pause here for a moment to allow you to review the numbers on the slide. And now let me turn it back over to General Pletcher to highlight the investments and changes in our military construction, BRAC, and family housing appropriations.
Thank you, Ms. Gleason. This is another good news story for the Air Force, as our FY20 request includes the first meaningful increase to our military construction budget in over 4 years, with a 24% increase compared to FY19. Notably, a significant portion of this request, $1.1 billion, is for existing mission construction projects. This increase, combined with the additional restoration and modernization funds in our O&M account, begins to address the deferred infrastructure maintenance risk that has been building since sequestration. As you can see from this slide, this request includes funding for infrastructure improvements across the range of Air Force missions and includes funding for active Guard and Reserve bases. Additionally, this request supports $530 million for combatant command MILCON requirements, particularly in the Indo-Pacific area, and funds the limited bed-down requirements required for new missions. Moreover, the FY20 budget request continues reconstruction efforts at Tyndall Air Force Base, which was devastated by Hurricane Michael last October. In addition to $466 million of facility sustainment, restoration, and modernization funds in our O&M account, the DoD, as you heard earlier, set aside emergency funding in this budget request that may be used to help rebuild Tyndall once the planning and design work is completed. Finally, switching to our military family housing appropriations, the health and safety of our airmen and their families is a top priority, so much so that we recently conducted a 100% boots-on-the-ground review of housing across the service to identify, document, and fix any health or safety risks. While much is being done in the near term and quickly to address any problems, we must ensure our corrective actions are consistently applied and enduring. This budget request supports our military family housing needs through continuous oversight of privatized housing, sustainment of government-owned inventory, and leasing of homes as required. That was our final base budget accounts, and now let's take a look at the Overseas Contingency Operation, or OCO portion of the FY20 request. Next slide, please. Another change, as you've heard earlier today, is the FY20 President's Budget Request classification of our OCO accounts. In this FY20 request, we've included 3 categories of funding. The first category is OCO for direct war costs, which includes combat or direct combat support costs that will not continue once combat operations end. The second category is OCO for enduring requirements, which includes requirements previously funded in OCO for in-theater and in-CONUS activities that will likely continue after combat operations cease. And the final category is OCO for base requirements, which includes funding for traditional base budget expenses that are financed in our FY20 OCO request in order for the Department to comply with the Budget Control Act of 2011. Focusing on the first 2 categories of OCO, this budget prioritizes operations and retrograde missions in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, and expands European infrastructure through the European Deterrence Initiative and continues counterterrorism operations. Our FY20 direct war and enduring OCO accounts show a $2 billion decrease from FY19, primarily due to fewer MQ-9 purchases in FY20 and less munitions funded in this category. These accounts continue supporting personnel at 6 enduring locations, fund remotely piloted aircraft combat lines, replenish consumed munitions, build 7 European Deterrence Initiative construction projects, and procure 9 MQ-9 aircraft. Switching to the OCO for base requirements, the $29.6 billion funds traditional base budget requirements such as flying hours, weapon system sustainment, and base operating support. We've also included funding for additional munitions in this OCO for base category. All of these requirements were included and briefed in the previous slides to provide you with an apples-to-apples programmatic comparison, even though the funding for these requirements will be requested in the OCO portion of the budget. Let me close with a few final thoughts before we open it up for your questions. Next slide, please. The Air Force is called upon to compete, deter, and win across the 5 priority missions of the National Defense Strategy. This FY20 President's Budget request is driven by this strategy and focused on building more lethal and ready force and prepared to defeat our adversaries in the high-end fight. This budget request takes needed steps to restore our readiness and increase lethality while simultaneously fielding the force faster and smarter. However, we can't fully implement the National Defense Strategy to protect America's vital national interests without sufficient budget top line. Preserving lethality and readiness gains requires continued congressional funding support in the form of predictable, timely, and requirement-driven funding. As I said earlier, this is the most critical element in enabling the Air Force to field the capabilities and build the capacity needed for the next 2 decades. As we have in the past, we must come together to find a way forward. Thank you very much. Welcome your questions.
Sandra.
Thank you. Sandra Irwin, Space News. General, can you explain the 17% space growth? What is the 19 enacted number that increased by 17%?
Well, as Ms. Gleason pulls up the details, the 17% increases across all appropriations, RDT&E, procurement, O&M, and MIL-PERS. So it looks at the entire portfolio. And so we'd have to give you those individuals, but I think we've got the number here. Let me have her pulled up. And it essentially is a continued emphasis that we've had on, accelerating to defendable space, growing capabilities. Some of that is just what new satellites we're funding in this program as well. But do you have the numbers, Carolyn?
Right, so in 19, across that portfolio, we were enacted just over 11.8 billion. And in 20, we're enacted 13.8. So it's roughly a 17%. Most of our growth is in R&D and a little bit in procurement, but it's predominantly research and development.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John from Reuters. First question, the KC-46 purchase is slowing. Can you explain why? And then second, the directed energy amount from last year and this year, can you break that out for us, please?
The KC-46, essentially we're committed to 15 a year. 2 years ago, we got 3 additional added by Congress. So this 12 that we buy in FY20 still keeps us at 15 a year on average over those 3 years. And do you have the directed energy number?
I don't. We're going to have to take that. I don't have a number for that broken out. Sorry.
Hi, Valerie Instina, Defense News. Can you talk a little bit about the light attack experiment and where that's going, how much is being spent this year, where that money is coming from, and how those experiments might be different?
Yes. So in the FY20 budget, we have $35 million for the light attack experiment. It essentially continues the experiment from the past 2 years. The decision the Air Force had to make this year was essentially, are we ready to go to a program of record, given what we had learned up to this point with the first 2 experiments. And keeping in mind, the light attack is all about allies and partners. That's the most important thing. The second line of effort from the Secretary of Defense and the NDS is to attract more partners and to support our allies. And the light attack aircraft is all about providing the right mix of capability in a weapon system that would be most attractive to those allies and partners to take on the counter-VEO mission. The results of the experiment from the first 2 phases, we just didn't feel comfortable that we had the right mix of capabilities that was going to attract the partners and allies that we needed. So we want to look further, as I said in the briefing, potentially look at rotary and fixed wing, potentially look at manned and unmanned, potentially look at turboprop and turbojet, and do a study across the industry as well, looking at what are the most likely interests for allies and partners across the globe. The $35 million in 20 allows us to continue that experiment, and we'll continue that, and eventually in the out years, without getting into too much detail, there's procurement dollars in the out years that will allow us to start a program should the results of the experiment say it's a good investment to do so.
Go to Laura.
Hi, Lara Selinger with Foreign Policy. Thanks for doing this. I wanted to clarify, there's been some conversation today about INF treaty non-compliant weapons, and we know the Army's working on something. I'm wondering if there's anything in the Air Force's books that would potentially support that, such as a restart of the ground-launched cruise missile program.
No, I appreciate that. I actually heard your question earlier. I'll put it this way: there's nothing I'm aware of in terms of development of a non-INF treaty missile. But to be accurate, let me make sure we take that question for the record and get back to you.
On the F-15X,
Sure.
That's going to get a lot of attention. 1.1 billion divided by 8. I mean, is it going to be that expensive going forward?
Part of that is non-recurring engineering in the first year. So there's, as you know, when you buy a new weapon system, you've got to pay for the aircraft, but you also got to set up the line. Although at the same time we're leveraging much of the investment of the allies that have been buying the F-15. But there is some non-recurring engineering in the first year. And then, of course, you got the spares and everything else as well. So, I won't get into the specific numbers that are going to be part of a contract negotiation. But I think you see 1.1 billion. I wouldn't say that's the same average cost we would expect to see every year after that.
The $80 million range is Boeing's claimed, roughly, after going forward?
I think if you looked only at aircraft, that might be a reasonable number. But you're going to have all the other items that come with buying aircraft, such as spares and such. So. That's just the airframe itself, and again, the contract negotiation will kind of make the final determination.
80 in the fit-up?
It's not 80 in the fit-up. It's more than that. I don't even know what the out.
You mean number of aircraft?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the average.
So it's 80 in the fit-up.
Yes.
All right,
yes.
and then for Ms. Gleason, the B-21, what's the $3 billion going to buy? What's it going to pay for?
It's continuing. So that program has been pretty much on schedule for the life of the program. It's moving into manufacturing design. Let me see if I have any more specifics.
So little of it, but this is a good opportunity.
Yeah, and
for
a
you to-
lot of that's just because it is fairly sensitive, as you are well aware. Because I think you and I have talked about this 3 years in a row, Tony.
Yeah, too
Let's
sensitive.
see here what we've got. So the most I have is it's proceeding on schedule and building on 3 years of successful development. I know they're getting ready to move into manufacturing design. So
fair
sorry
enough.
about that.
Rachel? Hi, Rachel Cohen with Air Force Magazine. In the fiscal 19 NDA, Congress directed you guys to look at ways to accelerate nuclear modernization programs. So I'm wondering if this budget reflects, any shifts in money to do that, the options that you looked at for that.
I don't know that I would say it's any new acceleration. There's a continued commitment in the modernization of the two legs of the triad the Air Force has. Clearly, we're continuing to invest in those two, and it's a significant amount of money every year. But I don't know that I've seen any change in our strategy there.
We've got a last question for Steve Loza.
The 74 added squadrons was a big priority for Secretary Wilson and General Goldfein. Why is there no funding for any new squadrons in the budget? And is this a sign that Air Force We Need initiative might be dead?
Not at all. This is a sign that the FY20 budget was built at the same time that study was being made. This is a 312 squadron budget. The FY20 request is. That discussion will happen in subsequent years. We owed that answer to Congress based on their direction. It is clearly, as you said, a priority for our secretary, but the FY20 budget was built off the 312 number.
Do you expect next year we'll see added squadrons?
I won't try to predict what'll happen, but that's a discussion that'll happen going forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, we have to bring up NDA. Ann and our team in the back are standing by to take any additional questions that you have.
still in New York or what?
Yeah. Are you still budgeting for it somewhere?
Bless you. Yeah, I have to. The doc said do that or die.
Yeah, like, do you
I'm sorry?
want to do a GMV testing?
I'll run that.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully it's not like, it makes you happy with me. I don't think so. I'm gonna ask about that. She told me like she's floating.
So you came down for the Nerd Academy too? We're gonna have a red carpet for Tony.
I'm happy for her because like she's but like global force sound yeah.
How is that conference?
So last year was
You're
pretty
actually,
awesome because there was
2.5
so
hours
much
by train removed, so you're away from real.
I'm going for one day. I'm just like, I was gonna see what you thought about it. Yeah, I looked at the agenda and I was like, whoa, there's a lot less programming. And like, cause last time we had, you know,
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. Yep.
it's just not a priority. Participating in healing like compartmentalizing.
Do you know the dates of that?
Like the 26th, 27th, 28th, and the 27th. It's Tuesday through Thursday.
I have it on my calendar. It's the 26th.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how it's gonna be structured. Like it seems a little bit thin. Skeleton crew. Yeah, right. Compared to last year. Last year was just crazy. Last year was totally down. And for years, like the one overflow. And just like when it was in Florida, it was just like a party. I just like hung out in Florida. Hit that one. Well, anyway, like.
And usually goes like
And then after like I got to go, like it's been a hundred dollars so fun.
It's my first time to go to Quad A this year. I'm so excited.
I'm excited. I love Quad A.
I'm excited.
Yeah. We just ended up walking to parties.
Oh yeah, that was great. Where are you getting at? I mean, like, what did your travel weekend?
Yeah, I think I'm coming in like the afternoon before.
Me too. Okay, I'm doing the
Sunday.
same. Yeah, because I was like, I just want to wake up and like, be there.
Yeah, yeah. And then I really like the afternoon. Starting the day after. But I'm staying in it Opryland, like that shitty inn across the street.
I'm staying at Hampton Inn.
Okay, it's like probably like also across the street. Yeah.
There was like a
Like,
like
never
a buy that was like not like
I try to live in.
all full.
Hey, how are you? Thank you.
How much is your baby every day?
He's in daycare.
Oh.
Yeah, we found a daycare like 4 blocks from our house. No, and it was so terrible. I was dropping him off on his first day, but he like smiles now when we drop him off. He like knows the ladies. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, he's excited to be there. Like, here all the right days. Yeah, I think he was like thrown off by the weekend. He was like, are we going somewhere?
We get to hang out.
I guess you told him today that it was budget day, that he wouldn't see you for a while.
Yeah, like I fed him and I put him back to sleep. And like my husband was gonna take him to daycare I mean, I'm gonna miss the crap out of it, but the parade my husband didn't get killed in a long time.
It was a moment of fear. You can sit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Appreciate your attendance after a pretty long day. I know this will be your last briefing of the day. Welcome, I'm Mark Wright, Public Affairs Officer for the Missile Defense Agency. Let me introduce your speakers for today. On your right is Ms. Michelle Atkinson. She's the Director for Operations, the Acting Director for Operations for the Missile Defense Agency. And to her right is Rear Admiral John Hill, the Deputy Director of the Missile Defense Agency. They'll give a opening statement and then go through some slides for you, get some additional information. I know you've already should have picked up a packet of information from OSD PA. Make sure you get one if you haven't yet. Right after that's done, they'll go through the budget slides for you, and then you'll have time for some questions. I ask that when time for question, the Admiral doesn't know you, neither does Ms. Atkinson, so please identify yourself and where you're from, and then we'll answer your questions as best as possible. Should have about 20 minutes for each if everything works out all right. Admiral?
Okay, thank you, Mark, and good afternoon. As Mark mentioned, we are well aware that this is your last brief of the day, and so we'll try to keep you excited here. It's great to have an opportunity to talk to you about the importance of the President's budget request. And as you know, MDA has an incredibly important mission. We develop and deploy missile defenses to protect the homeland, as well as to protect our deployed forces and allies all over the world from the threat of missile attack. I'm incredibly proud of that mission. It is a noble mission, and I'm incredibly proud of the men and women of MDA that make this possible. So at this point, without any further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Michelle Atkinson, who is our Director for Operations, so she can run you through the particulars of our budget request for FY20, and then we'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Admiral. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to brief you today on the Missile Defense Agency's fiscal year 20 budget request. Our budget request is consistent with the President's commitment to expand and improve our missile defense capability, while at the same time recognizing that we must be able to address tomorrow's threats, which continue to expand and advance. Next chart. In FY20, MDA will continue to strengthen and expand the deployment of defenses for our nation, deployed forces, allies, and international partners against increasingly capable missile threats. The Missile Defense Program will support our warfighters and the needs of the combatant commanders by developing, integrating, testing, and deploying interceptors, sensors, and improvements to the ballistic missile defense system. Next chart. MDA's priorities for missile defense are nested within the National Defense Strategy priorities and are as follows. First, we must continue to focus on increasing system reliability to build warfighter confidence. We need to increase engagement capability and capacity, and also rapidly address the advancing missile threats. Our budget request maintains operational missile defense capabilities for existing homeland and regional defense forces, continues to increase interceptor inventory, and will use existing technologies to improve sensors, battle management, fire control, and kill vehicle capabilities to address the evolving threats. Next chart. The current BMDS can defeat the current ballistic missile capabilities of our adversaries, but we require additional capacity and advanced capabilities in order to stay ahead of the evolving threat. The projected missile threat is complex and volatile, and it includes evolving ballistic and hypersonic missile threats. It is critical that we continue to develop innovative and breakthrough technologies to outpace rogue state offensive missile capabilities against the U.S. homeland. This evolving threat demands a globally present and persistent sensor network to be able to track it from birth to death. Next chart. The recently completed Missile Defense Review recognizes the evolving missile threats that we face and underscores that missile defense must remain a high priority investment in our national defense strategy. Indeed, the missile defense mission is expanding to include non-ballistic threats. Aligned with the current national and defense strategies, the MDR strengthens our posture as we continue to make progress in the development and fielding of a BMDS to defend our homeland, our deployed forces, our allies, and partners. The MDR supports the critical need to pursue new concepts and technologies to address tomorrow's threat. The MDR also emphasizes our continued pursuit of cooperative relationships with allies and partners to field interoperable and effective regional missile defenses. Next chart. MDA's FY20 budget request is a total of $9.4 billion to continue the development of a reliable, increasingly capable, and state-of-the-art missile defense for our nation-deployed forces, allies, and international partners. Our priority in this budget remains the delivery of greater missile defense capability and capacity to our warfighters, and includes investments in advanced technology development and future capabilities. Next chart. MDA remains committed to delivering, expanding, and sustaining our nation's homeland missile defenses, and we request $1.8 billion in FY20 for the Ground-Based Mid-Course Defense, or GMD program. In FY20, we will continue to have 40 ground-based interceptors deployed at Fort Greely, Alaska, and 4 at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. We will strengthen and expand homeland missile defenses by continuing the construction of a new missile field at Fort Greely and work to deploy 20 additional interceptors at Fort Greely, which will increase the total deployed GBIs from 44 to 64. This budget also continues development of the Redesigned Kill Vehicle, or RKV. We are committed to using a rigorous engineering and test approach that provides a system to the warfighter that is both reliable and effective. A 2-year delay to the RKV program was necessary in order to complete design modifications and perform the testing to demonstrate that the RKV system will meet its requirements. Also in FY20, we will conduct a GMD flight test using a GBI launched from Vandenberg. For the Long Range Discrimination Radar, or LRDR, we are requesting $136 million in FY20. This radar, which will be available in 2020, is a critical mid-course sensor that will improve BMDS target discrimination capability and support a more efficient use of our GBIs. We are requesting $128 million for the sea-based X-band radar, which provides precision mid-course tracking and discrimination to protect the homeland. As of now, SBX has been at sea for more than 500 days without a port visit. The FY20 program continues to provide extended SBX sea time to maintain this important contribution to Homeland Defense. Our budget also requests $20 million for the Cobra Dane radar to continue radar refurbishment and life extension in partnership with the U.S. Air Force. Our PB20 request also includes funding for 2 additional radars, which will help provide persistent discrimination, precision tracking, and hit assessment to support defense of the homeland against long-range missile threats. We are requesting $275 million to continue the Homeland Defense Radar Hawaii, which is scheduled to be available in 2023. We are also requesting $7 million for the Pacific Discriminating Radar to be available in the 2026 timeframe at a location to be determined. Next chart. Moving now to regional defenses. Our FY20 request for Aegis BMD is $1.7 billion, which includes sustaining the deployed Standard Missile 3 fleet and upgrading Aegis ships to add BMDS capability. We will procure 30 Aegis SM-3 Block 1B missiles for deployment on land at the Aegis ashore sites in Romania and Poland, and at sea on multi-mission Aegis BMD ships. This will bring the total number of SM-3 Block 1B missiles procured to 361 by the end of FY20. In FY20, we will also continue the multi-year procurement for the SM-3 Block 1B missile. We will procure 7 SM-3 Block 2A missiles for a total of 54 missiles procured through FY20. In FY20, we will also continue SM-3 Block 1B modernization and the SM-3 Block 2A software upgrade programs. We will also continue work with the U.S. Navy to integrate the SPY-6 Aegis Missile Defense Radar with the Aegis Weapons System. Our FY20 request for the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD program, is $854 million. This will allow us to support the maintenance and sustainment of all BMDS unique items for the 7 fielded THAAD batteries and all of the THAAD training devices. This budget also procures 37 THAAD interceptors in support of the U.S. Army, bringing the total to 568 by the end of FY20. Additionally, in FY20, we will continue THAAD software development and upgrades and integration of missile defense capabilities on the Korean Peninsula. We are requesting $543 million to support and sustain 12 TP2 radars, which includes the forward-based mode radars in Japan, Turkey, Israel, and U.S. Central Command. This funding also continues software development to improve discrimination capabilities and other upgrades to improve the TP2 radar performance. Our budget request of $500 million in FY20 for Israeli programs continues MDA's longstanding support of U.S.-Israeli cooperative programs to include Iron Dome, David Sling, and the Arrow weapon systems. Finally, in support of Phase 3 of the European Phased Adaptive Approach, or EPAA, our PB20 budget request includes $64 million to complete the Aegis Ashore site in Poland, to be available in 2020, and also to make capability improvements at other Aegis Ashore sites. Next chart. MDA is developing advanced missile defense technologies for integration into the BMDS to defeat the rapidly evolving threats. The investment strategy for these technology balances the need to address the most dangerous current threats with the need to position the U.S. to respond to threat developments in the future. We are requesting $157 million for hypersonic defense. The FY20 plan includes software modifications to current BMDS assets and further defines the architecture for future capability demonstrations. Our request for technology maturation initiatives is $304 million. This includes a new effort for the development of a neutral particle beam that will leverage past and current work on particle beams, related enabling technology, laser pointing, and laser stability to provide a component technology for a future system that will offer new kill options for the BMDS and will add another layer of protection for the homeland. This funding also provides laser scaling efforts to scale up power levels to support DoD-wide capability objectives. Our FY20 budget request also continues discrimination sensor technology development and supports advanced technology testing. We are requesting $63 million for MDA space efforts in FY20 to sustain the 2 space tracking and surveillance system satellites operating in low Earth orbit, and to continue development of the Space-Based Kill Assessment Sensor Network. We are requesting $14 million for the Multi-Object Kill Vehicle, or MOKV, to fund technology risk reduction efforts to establish a foundation for killing multiple lethal objects with a single interceptor. Next chart. We are requesting $564 million in FY20 for the Command and Control Battle Management Communications System, or C2BMC. We will continue to support current C2BMC capability in CENTCOM, EUCOM, INDOPACOM, and NORTHCOM, with upgrades that integrate the Aegis Engage on Remote and LRDR capabilities. We are requesting $554 million in FY20 to develop threat representative targets and $396 million to conduct BMDS flight and ground testing. Critical flight tests in FY20 include FTM-44, which is an Aegis BMD test against a long-range target, and FTO-03, which is an integrated THAAD, Aegis, and Patriot operational test against multiple targets. Next chart. In summary, the MDA FY20 budget request continues to focus on sustaining and increasing system reliability for BMDS elements such as THAAD, GMD, Aegis, TPY-2, and Cobra Dane. It also focuses on increasing engagement capability with efforts such as the new LRDR radar in Alaska. And it also addresses the advanced threat with efforts such as the Hypersonic Defense Program. In FY20, MDA will continue to make progress in the development and deployment of a reliable, layered ballistic missile defense system to defend our homeland, our deployed forces, our allies, and partners from missile attacks of all ranges and in all phases of flight. The Admiral and I will now take a few questions.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for doing this. My name is Tom Squitirio with Talk Media News. I have 2 questions, one off of what you said and one from something that happened yesterday. The radar in the Pacific that you didn't say where it's going to be yet, is that going to be on United States territory, or is it going to be someplace offshore? Can you answer that, or is that classified?
I'll go ahead and give you the best answer that I can, given where we are today.
That's always the one I prefer.
Right. So, capability and capacity increase for the overall Indo-PACOM region is an important priority, and it's part of a broader sensor architecture, right? So in coordination with the department and with the combatant commands, we're continuing to assess potential sites. And so I would say all the above. As we assess the threat and different sites, then we'll determine where it should be.
The reason I asked that question, it leads to one I had in mind when I came here. Yesterday, Austin Long spoke at the Hudson Institute, and the topic was hypersonics, and he noted how far, this is a Pentagon person, he noted how far China is on hypersonics, and the idea of having a network to determine hypersonics, including a sensor network, that the United States had a roadmap while China had investments. How do you judge the time frame to when we'll have some type of sensor-based network that they spoke of yesterday to help fulfill the goal that Michelle had said just at her conclusion?
Yeah, so I think it's a mix of investments and really understanding the projections of where the threat is and where it is going. So Ms. Atkinson mentioned
Pardon me.
That's okay. She lets me call her Michelle every now and then. So she talked about the initial investment on existing sensors today and how we can bring those together to handle those advanced threats. And that's kind of where you normally start, right? And then we move to radar technology and place those in specific places to give us as much of the track custody, as was mentioned earlier, from launch all the way to intercept point. We have been very consistent in the need to take sensors and go into space so that you have that global coverage, particularly for advanced threats that would overfly or underfly the field of view of a radar. So we're working with the department now to work through that architecture, make those investments, and be a part of a multi-mission sensor layer capability for the department.
Thank you.
Tony?
Tony Capascio, Bloomberg. You flicked the problem with the redesigned kill vehicle. How serious are the technical problems, or is this more quality parts issues that Raytheon's having?
Yeah, so I'll just, for those who may not be familiar with it, so the RKV is the redesigned kill vehicle. We went down this path, signed an acquisition plan back in 2015. The Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition Technology and Logistics at the time signed that out, and we were moving through, came through a preliminary design review, and as we approached the critical design review at the end of last year, and those of you who aren't familiar with what a CDR is, when you get there, you're satisfied with the robustness of your design, you've done all the modeling and simulation, and you believe that you're ready to go to production. We have specific entrance criteria to take us there. We did not believe, as a government team, that we were ready to take that step into that critical design review. And so through coordination in the department all the way up to the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering, we determined that the best thing to do is to go back and assess that design and take the time to do it right. We could do what some programs do and what the Missile Defense Agency did years ago, which is to go ahead and produce what we've got and then deal with reliability issues in the fleet and erode the confidence of the warfighter. We know that is the wrong step. So we're going back to assess that design and do the proper testing, do the analysis, and then we'll go to the critical design review when we're ready. We're following our normal process of rigorous engineering, gated reviews, milestone driven.
To what extent, though, are these quality parts issues? I understand there's been parts failures in thermal testing and late parts of the production lines.
Now, it's we've got to take a look at the whole design, which is what we're doing. We're assessing that, and we're looking at the impact to what that means over the long haul. So over the course of the next few months, we'll have a better feel, but we're working that very hard today.
All right, well, to what extent is the fielding expansion to 64 now jeopardized because of this?
Okay, so since the additional 20 ground-based interceptors were going to be tipped with the redesigned kill vehicle, a 2-year delay, again, up to 2 years based on our assessment today, would mean that those interceptors will move to the right by 2 years.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, they were initially supposed to be ready in 2023, and now they'll be ready in 2025?
That's correct.
Thank you. And just to follow up, sorry, my original question, your directed energy budget for the year, do you have a breakout for that one, please?
Joe, I'll turn to you.
Yes, sir. So I'll have to get back to you on the specifics, but our budget, as I stated in my briefing earlier, our budget includes funding for laser scaling and for other directed energy, like the neutral particle beam type efforts.
We'll come back to you.
Jason Sherman, Inside Defense. So There had been an effort to accelerate the RKV program. Is that effectively off the table now?
We're reassessing the whole program, right? So in terms of any sort of acceleration, we're very focused in on following the system engineering rigor and getting it right. So that's where we are.
What are the key milestones between now and that review in 2 years? And can you say a bit about who the key industry players are working on the RKV?
Yeah, so the key is when we reset getting to a critical design review, you move those milestones to the right. So it's all the run-ups that would normally take you between a preliminary design review and get into critical design. So it is the testing phase that is required, is the modeling of the results of that, and then the full-up analysis before you get to the critical design review.
And last year, the MDA asked Congress for permission to put together a multi-year procurement of the SM3 Block 1B. The FY20 request that MDA is putting forward shaves about 64 missiles from the plan that you told Congress you were going to execute on that multi-year procurement. It originally said that you could save 13%. Does the cost avoidance go up in the smoke here? What's the reason for cutting the missiles from the plan?
So I can answer that in FY20, the number of missiles decreased because in FY19, Congress did not appropriate the advanced procurement funding. And so that enabled us not to start those interceptors in 19, so we have to start those in 20. So that provided a ripple effect through the fight-up of the quantity of interceptors. We fully are committed to the multi-year procurement, and we plan on pursuing that and moving forward this year.
And will there be any savings associated with the multi-year procurement as a result?
Yes, sir. We're still projecting about as much savings.
You are. Great.
Just a year later.
And can you tell us what the status of the SM3 Block 2A production decision is?
Yeah, so we just recently completed an independent technical review that's driven by the Undersecretary for R&E, and the focus of that review was really on the overall reliability. So although we've completed the live fire test campaign and believe that we are almost ready to go to production. Part of being almost ready to go to production is to complete the assessments on overall long-term reliability and to ensure that we have an absolute producible design. So it's just normal course at this point, coming through the engineering to make sure that we're ready, but we anticipate that we'll be able to go to production this year.
An independent technical review? An independent technical review before the production decision?
Yes, just to
lack of confidence in the capability?
It's being driven by Dr. Griffin, and we fully support. We want to have those outside looks. We invite that in, and what we want to do is to ensure that because we're in a cooperative development on a complex system, we want to make sure that when we do go to production, it's a robust design and it's got long-term reliability.
Sandra.
Thank you. Sandra Irwin, Space News. We were told by DoD that they're actually making some changes in how they resource missile defense in terms of what the priorities of the missile defense review. They said that they are actually shifting from traditional to non-traditional. It was not clear to us what exactly that meant, so I was wondering if you can explain what traditional or resources from traditional missile defense are being shifted. And why do they call it missile defeat and defense? Is that a new thing?
I'm not familiar with the statements that you said, but I will state that missile defense, investments in missile defense don't all go to, nor should they go to, the Missile Defense Agency. As you listen to Ms. Atkinson's overview brief, we discussed the other services. We're wedded closely to the Navy on Aegis ballistic missile defense, for example, closely wedded to the Army with the deployment of the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System, closely with the Air Force when it comes to the operation of large radars around the globe. So I would say that the best way to answer your question is that it is a broad DoD-wide effort. It's a complex threat, and it requires full up, all hands on deck response to it.
For the space-based discrimination for hypersonic defense, are there investments being made now outside of MDA?
Absolutely. Yeah, and so what I mentioned earlier is that it'll be a multi-mission, department-wide effort to deploy this system that has more than just the missile defense mission. So we are tucked into that overall architecture and fully supportive of the department's efforts to get a multi-mission capability deployed.
And why defeat? Why do they have a new name now, defeat and defense? What is the difference?
That's been around for a bit, but I would say it is the integration, which is important, between the left of launch operations and the actual passive and active defense measures.
Hi, Jen Johnson with Defense News. You had mentioned a GMD flight test for FY20, and you said that you're using a GBI launch from Vandenberg. And I seem to recall back when the big GMD test in May 2017, Admiral Searing said at the time that there would be a plan to have a test of the GMD system in 2018, the fall, like the early winter, that involved 2 interceptors. Are you walking back from testing with 2 interceptors at this point? And can you detail that GBI test that's scheduled for FY20?
Sure. So I will tell you, I believe what you're talking about is the FTG-11, which is what we refer to as the salvo shot. And so we will be launching against an intercontinental ballistic missile range target, an ICBM, and we'll use a salvo of a newest version of GBI and an older version to characterize the interaction of those interceptors as they go after the ICBM, and that's scheduled for this year, actually.
And so then what would the FY20 test be accomplishing?
The FY20 test will be focused in on an upgrade to the booster. And so once we do that test in 2020, then we can marry it and evaluate the upgraded RKV downstream.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you elaborate a little bit on the neutral particle beam research? Is that, because that's sort of a new sounding thing, is that something that you think you can actually test this year, and where do you test it?
Yeah, so neutral particle beam, like any new technology, the focus will be on technology maturation and also feasibility for that kind of capability. And as you know, it traces back to the Strategic Defense Initiative. We think it's got a lot of promise for the missile defense mission, and so our focus in FY20 is to lay the foundation to get to an on-orbit demo, I think in FY23. And so we'll be doing the ground tests, doing a demonstration on the ground before we're ready to go to the on-orbit demo. And again, focus on maturing the technologies and a focus on feasibility.
And that's something that's fundamentally different from the studies that are being done elsewhere on space-based intercept and the feasibility of those?
It is separate and distinct. It is a technology effort that will point in that direction.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Dan Wasserby with James. You mentioned the space-based kill assessment. When were those sensors deployed and how many are there? And what does that technology have to prove or go through before it can be integrated into like the operational actual system?
Okay, so we did leverage commercial lift, and that capability is deployed today. I'm not going to tell you the number that's there, but it is there, and they are operational now. What we haven't done yet is completed the integration with the ballistic missile defense, and so they've been operational through a couple of the last flight tests, and we're working very closely with Northcom and Stratcom to ensure as we bring it in for integration that the warfighters are satisfied with the interfaces and those sorts of things. But they're operational now and provides us the capability that we need to ensure that as we move with salvo doctrine or hit policy, those sorts of things, that we can actually detect that in space.
When you say flight tests, you mean GBI tests or North Korean tests?
We can leverage that capability on any live fire test. It doesn't matter what the system is.
But you said you've used it already.
Yes, and we're going to use it in the salvo test that was asked about earlier.
Thanks.
Sir. Steve Trumbull with Aviation Week. I was going to ask about the neutral particle beam, but is there anything in the budget for boost phase defense?
I think the closest that we can get to in the MDA budget would be our efforts in the directed energy side of the house, where we are focused in on scaling that laser, those different types of lasers that we're working with the UARC and FFRDCs and with industry to mature the power levels and to get it to the space weight and power that's required for a missile defense mission. Michelle, am I leaving anything out? So that is the focus for boost phase.
Still the idea to use an airborne application versus space application?
There is an option there. There are investments being made on potential kinetic energy options from aircraft, yes.
In the back, please.
Also from the Washington Post. I just wanted to ask a broad question. You know, the president was here earlier this year, and the defense secretary made a lot of comments, ambitious comments about the future of missile defense. And I think some people will therefore be slightly confused by why then the Missile Defense Agency's budget is declining. And is that because most of those investments are happening outside the Missile Defense Agency, or is there some other explanation for that? Can you just give us a sense of how that squares?
Yeah, so I'll start with the Missile Defense Review was approved by the President of the United States. And so we are aligned to the Missile Defense Review. If you look at our budget, that's a significant investment in missile defenses. And as I mentioned before, there are investments being made elsewhere because it makes sense.
And do you have an overall figure for missile defense, including Missile Defense Agency and other investments outside, and whether that's increased or decreased?
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to mention also, just to add to the Admiral's remarks, that what you're seeing is actually in FY18 and FY19, MDA received significant increases for the missile defense and defeat, enhancement-related items, and other congressional plus-ups. And what you're seeing in 20 actually looks like a decrease, but it's really just the declining funding as we complete those efforts and those tails. I do not have a dollar figure. That would probably, for the funding elsewhere in the department, that would be a question for the department.
I just wanted to follow up on this question about the sensors that you were talking about that are already working in the system. When did they go online? And he specifically asked you about North Korean launches. Would that be able to detect those?
Okay, so again, back to space-based kill assessment, leveraging commercial lift. I'm not going to talk about the numbers, but they were deployed through last calendar year and put on station, and we're going through the final integration of those as a system now, and they will collect data and operate during FTG 11.
So what I asked is, when would have been the first time they would have been able to detect something?
So remember, there weren't any launches coming out of the Indo-PACOM arena from the countries I think you're mentioning during FY17, which is when we were deploying the system.
Okay. Thank you.
Jason. Great, thanks. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the difference between what the space-based kill assessment is doing and what the agency is looking for from the space sensor layer. How those two overlap, or how they're similar, how they're different.
Okay. So I'll use an Aegis model.
If I could also just ask you to give us an update on space sensor layer, what's happening now, and where's it going to go in 2020?
Okay. So just to kind of simplify what can be a pretty complex story, right? So you have indications and warning, right? There's a set of capabilities that do that. So think of that as when you have a launch, right? So indications and warning. And normally you would hand that over to radars to get to a track so you can build a fire control solution, right? So indications and warning happen first, and so let's just say rather than passing to a radar to get that track, if this is some global advanced threat, well then now you would go to the space sensor layer, a department-wide capability that can not only do indications and warning, but also handle the tracking capability. And when you get to the back end and you start to intercept, let's just say it's a kinetic interceptor coming from the ground, then the space-based kill assessment would be that capability that determines whether or not you hit. And then you can make decisions on firing again. It affects your salvo policy.
Great.
Does that make sense?
It does. And what's the status of the space sensor layer effort?
Now we're making investments across the department to get to that multi-mission capability. So I would tell you where we are today is going through a deep assessment on what that architecture should look like. Not only the numbers of capabilities, but how you would spread those capabilities, because you may not put them all on one bird. How many do you need, and on what orbitology?
Right. And so what are the main goals for FY19 and FY20 for space sensor layer?
It is the development of the sensors that would go on as a part of the payload.
And that was one of the things that was highlighted during the Missile Defense Review rollout here, yet it's not mentioned at all, I don't believe, in the presentation that you gave here.
Right, because it is a broader department initiative that we are a part of. And I say multi-mission, and maybe that's just too broad of a term, but I mentioned indications and warning. I talk about detection and tracking. There are other capabilities that that system will be required to do, and we're just part of that.
So who has the lead on space sensor layer?
It's at the department level.
Oh, I see.
It'll be, it's within the department. I'm just not prepared to talk about it today.
Yes, sir, gentleman in the back.
Hi, I'm Yusuke Ota with NHK Japan Broadcasting Corporation. I have a question regarding the Homeland Defense Pacific Corridor. So do you already decide where you deploy it? And if not, when do you decide it?
So I talked about it earlier. Maybe you weren't here, but the overall sensor architecture and the drive from our warfighters, particularly in the Indo-PACOM region, drives us as part of the architecture to need another sensor in the area. We are going through a site assessment today. We have made no decisions on the location, but the decision for it will be driven by the evolution of the threat. So as the threat becomes more complex, that will drive a decision, and that's a department level decision.
If I can just follow up on that, is that going to be similar in capability to the LRDR?
They're all, I would say that you tailor the sensor for the needs in the area. So LRDR, geographically where it's at, has a particular view. We are going to be defending Hawaii. We're going to increase our defense capability of Hawaii with the radar that we're placing in Hawaii. And we're still coming through that site selection process as well. And so as we think about where it might go in the Pacific and hone down on locations and sites, it'll be tailored both in size and the power requirements.
Yes, ma'am, probably our last question. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and Mark, can I just go back, just because just back to the space sensor layer, right? Because you asked who specifically is doing it. We're in very close collaboration with the Air Force, and we're tied very closely to the efforts that are being executed by DARPA today. And that's probably the answer I should have given you earlier, but my mind was elsewhere. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just looking for an update on where you are with Aegis Ashore in Poland. It's my understanding
Sure.
it looks like you're delayed to FY20 for, was it operational capability, initial, full? Can you update us on what some of the issues were around that site, since it looks like it's about a 2-year delay?
Yeah, the best way to summarize it is that we've had construction delays. In fact, Lieutenant General Greaves was just out there last week, in Poland, meeting with the team that is bringing it forward. I talked to him during his trip, and he talked about the amazing progress that was made since the last time he was there. So we're progressing along. We believe that we will complete that effort this year, and then we'll be able to install the combat system, which is on site now. We're phasing that work in now, and that we'll complete it in 20.
Construction companies, or what did you do to resolve the issues?
I tell you, it's been a lot of hardcore, heavy leadership in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and with the Combatant Command, UCOM, the local governments there, in the area, directly engaging with Poland and with senior leadership in those companies. So everyone is banded together. The commitment is there to get it done. And as you know, we had some tough weather last year, which contributed to the delays, but it's really been about just completing the construction so that we can move in with the weapon system, get that installed.
So what specifically were the problems with the construction?
It wasn't a quality issue. It was really just the speed of getting it done, not sticking to the schedule. Again, weather was part of it, expertise, number of people on site to get the work done. And so there's been a lot of senior leadership pressure, all the way up to the Deputy Secretary of Defense helping us to bring this one through.
All right, guys, I think that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks.
Ma'am,
Thank you, Mark.
sir, thank you very much for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.